American women are the bottom of the global barrel. They are the lowest quality women the face of Earth has ever seen since the dawn of civilization, since the inception of life itself. There has never been a worse woman than the American woman. And that's what we're going to break down today, because American women are defending this woman, Lindsay Clancy. And this is a woman who, we're at the beginning of the live stream, so I got to use my words correctly, but she unalived 3 of her kids. Okay. And then on top of that, she took a sharp object and ran it across both of her wrists and her neck, then jumped off the 2nd floor of where she was living in an attempt to unalive herself, only to snap her spinal cord in half, and she is now paralyzed from the waist down. Now, she has gone forth and admitted that she has done this, but the craziest women in the world, American women, have rallied around her and recently have been giving money to a GoFundMe for the woman's parents who are helping her through the court case. That has already amounted up to $892,000 in about 3 days. What we're going to go and break down today is showing you exactly how deranged the average American woman has become, and for you to see the red flags as we're going to review some of these TikToks of women that are defending this Lindsay Clancy person and blaming the husband, blaming everybody but Lindsay herself, who admitted to it. This is a mass psychosis event. And if you know anybody in your life who is defending this woman, it's just like if you know anybody who is or has celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. These are people you cannot trust. These are gigantic red flags that you cannot overlook in dating. And these kinds of psychopaths are everywhere. They're hiding in plain sight. So don't turn that dial, because we're going to get started with the episode right now. And we're going to break it down. And we're even going to tune in to the live trial. It's happening right now. We're going to take a look and see. I'm going to show you in the live chat, there are women live right now defending her. There are 90,000 people watching this right now. This is not, I'm not making this up. This is extremely alarming. I'm on a business trip in Manila right now. It's 12:30 a.m. at night, but I saw this. It hit me like a freaking freight train, and I realized I needed to get out and bring this message to you guys. So sit tight. We're going to break it down right now.
Connection established.
Make money, make muscles, learn game, hold frame. It starts with learning dating, and then you move on to something else to push humanity forward. That is the philosophy of modern life dating.
I am teaching you how to be strong. I am teaching you how to be powerful. So when bad things happen to you, you don't quit.
Okay, because you don't know
how.
Because you don't know.
No, if I'm not going to explain to myself.
In normal conversation where people aren't sitting around and patronizing you because you're loud and obnoxious, and a lot of people don't want to confront you and tell you that. But I'll tell you that right now, young lady. You're very loud and obnoxious, and you're rude.
You wanted to blow it up and make me seem like something I'm not, and I didn't appreciate that. But that's okay. You can do what you want to do for your content.
Oh boy, somebody's triggered.
And
She's
you can do
triggered.
that. No, Adam sent me a clip.
You should want a woman that you can build with.
She could build me a sandwich.
My man,
It's common sense in every other country in the god world, but here you got to get out of god Venn diagram and be like, hey, don't post half-naked photos of yourself because you're going to attract f***ing predators. All right. Welcome back to the freak show that is monitoring the culture of America. Can we even call it culture anymore? What is really going on here? I just like it. The insanity is wild. And shout out to everybody on X. We have almost 100 people watching me on X right now. If you're not following me on X, go ahead and check me out. MLD Motivation, all one word, for my uncensored takes. And shout out to everybody watching me on Rumble as well. This is going to be a little bit more of a deep dive. And what's up to my people in the chat? What is up, Wade? Haven't seen you out. What's up, Basel? How you doing? Basel, check the chat for monthly coaching if you want to get a good laugh. Check out the game tab. WMLD says, Arm Die, Bebub. And Tyler Flynn, what is up? Welcome in. It's crazy how they throw these antidepressants at these women. My girl has a lot, to be honest. She's on a different one every other. You need to break up with your girlfriend or get her off of those drugs. Either way, yikes, bro. Yikes. What is up, CA? Haven't seen you in a while, sweetheart. Lots of women on social media who are spewing nonsense for sure, but there are plenty of people covering the case who think Lindsay didn't do it for more reasonable reasons. Okay. I don't know. Is the stream just laggy? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I have no idea. But we're going to jump right into this because this is a case that is going viral right now. Okay. This is actually live, and I wanted to just talk to you guys about what exactly is going on. So we're having what seems to be, and stream is very laggy. Shocker there, really. Not really. Yeah, we're working on getting a better connection. Give me 1 second. Let me try and fix this. All right. I will try. Again. Let me know when we're back. It's not, yeah. Yeah, MLD. Yo, MLD, what is going on with women in 2026? A lot, bro. A lot. Let me know when we're back, chat. Let me know when we're back. Real quick, how to drop in and out. Are we back? Are we coming in clean? Let me know. Yeah, because we're gonna cover this. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, Saul is right. America, lands of the single moms and child support income wealth. Exactly. Exactamundo. Yeah, the Manila internet is just ghetto right now. Looking good? Okay, cool. So let me break this down for you guys real quick. All right. So first and foremost, yes, she is a white woman. All right. Nobody is really shocked at all that she is a white woman. Okay. Second of all, the story is as following. And then shout out to, we have like 105 people now tuning in on X. So shout out to everybody on X. If you're watching on X, drop a comment, say what's up. Okay. So we're going to talk about what's exactly going on here. And you could see live, I'm about to stream. I'm going to be showing this right here. Okay. Take a look. If you think I was making that up, this is the Musgrove Family Fund. And it is currently sitting at $905,000. I don't care what anybody has to say. I don't care what anybody believes. I don't care at all. I do not care. The fact that this has $905,000 because it's going to the parents of this woman who has committed this heinous act, I do not care what you have to say. This is insanity. This is evil, and this is modern women for you. Okay? And the story here is truly insane. Okay? So this is this is exactly what has happened, all right? So this happened in 2023. Okay? And she is a nurse from Duxbury, Massachusetts, okay? And she's charged with 3 counts of first-degree M word, okay? First-degree M word for unaliving somebody. Read in between the lines. In 2023, Cora, who was 5 years old, Dawson, who was 3 years old, and 8-month-old Callan, Callan. She admitted to unaliving them. Her attorney argues that she shouldn't be held criminally responsible under the insanity defense. The children were strangled with exercise bands, and prosecutors say she sent her husband out for takeout and a CVS run before doing it. She then went like this to her wrists and then her neck, and then she jumped from a second-story window. She survived, but paralyzed from the waist down. Once again, women can't get the job done. You got to send a man in. She couldn't even do it right. This is just everything wrong with the world right now. Okay. And so this situation here is absolutely insane. All right. Now, here's the situation. The two competing stories for the jury's weighing on is her side. Okay, she said she was suffering postpartum psychosis, and it was worsened by the numerous medications she was prescribed. All right. So this goes to a lot of things I've talked about, right? So first part, when she talk about postpartum depression is something women go through after they give birth to a child. And it's when they just go through a lot of mental anguish due to a lot of things. Hormonally, they've just gone through a lot. They've created a whole human being, right? And also, when they their body goes through a lot, if they don't take care of themselves through the pregnancy, being healthy, eating intelligently, right? That's going through a lot when you're having a child. Okay. And it really can mess with your mind. It can make you feel crazy. And in this situation, that's what they're saying the defense is. I personally don't find that a good defense, but it's on the table. And the numerous medications, psychological drugs that she was taking, you guys know how I feel about this. I have my bachelor's degree in psychology. One of the main reasons I quit trying to pursue a master's, and eventually I was going to get my PsyD in psychology, is because I just did not agree with prescribing people medical drugs for, depression and stuff like that. I just don't agree with that. And I think that the pharmaceutical industry is not to be trusted, if I could be very concrete about that. And sure, there are some positive things out there that you can use to help you, but I think there's more bad than there is good. And she's blaming the drugs as well. Okay. The testimony has referenced she was on 13 different psychiatric medicines. Okay. Now, the prosecutors are saying she is in her right mind and had just simply been tired of being a mom, pointing to her internet searches about hallucinations, psychosis, and medication side effects weeks before the killings, plus an October 22 note expressing doubts about her parenting. Notably, her husband, Patrick, has publicly defended her. His line was that he wasn't married to a monster, but to someone who got sick. And then what's crazy is the reaction we're seeing from modern women in this circumstance, right? And this is going on live right now. If you want to take a quick look with me, this is day 15 of the trial, and you can see right here.
This is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also described that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay.
And
And you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia. But for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
It can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even.
So this is going on right now. We'll patch in later and show you a little bit more from the chat that's happening right there. But the big thing that I want to show you guys is that, you know, this is something about the general state of women in the United States of America. All right. And the thing is this: a lot of these women in the United States of America have bought into the propaganda that has been lying to them for decades now, saying like, you don't need a man and women can do everything on their own. And this has basically turned into a gigantic man-hating agenda in the United States of America. The average American woman does not like the average man. They don't like men in general, right? And this is seen in the media. This is seen in governments. This is seen on social media. This is heard in music. This is even in video games now. It's everywhere, right? And if you live in America, it's hard for you to see it, especially if you've never left America, if you've never gone to other cultures and witnessed how these other cultures, men and women get along, men and women are happy, men and women are thin. Like, American people are so used to the fat zoo that they live in. They don't realize that they're in Whale-Lando. Okay, they don't realize that they're in Blubber City. Everywhere you go, it's just a sea of gigantic fat women and men. Okay, American culture is very sick, and the sickness is always starting up here. You can never have a sick body without having a sick mind. Okay, the sick mind precedes everything. This is spiritually sick. This is mentally sick. It is a mass sickness happening, and you're being lied to, and you're being told that everything's okay, and it's not. It's not okay. It's very not okay. And so what's happening right now is I'm going to just show you just a couple of things here to really give you an idea of what exactly is going on, because all of this is happening because the men in the United States of America have lost their balls. The average man in America lives in fear of women. The average man in America lives in fear in general. Okay. And they numb this fear while pretending to be brave with drugs, with pornography, with gambling, with excessive social media usage, with food. Okay. The weakness of the men has given the women free reign to do whatever, because men are not keeping women in check. It is in nature that the men are the ones that keep women in check. We are the ones that are supposed to be leading and guiding these women. But men have lost their balls. And so women are running around doing whatever the fuck the latest propaganda, either through corporations and media or government, is telling them what to do. And it's never in the best interest of the women. This woman here has murdered her family, and she was on psychiatric drugs. A doctor gave her 13 different psychiatric medicines. Okay. The husband should have done more research and stepped in and been like, okay, baby, maybe we shouldn't fucking drug you up. Okay. But maybe he was beaten down and fucking, you know, humiliated through the propaganda machine himself. Right. So it's absolutely insane to look at this. And so the purpose of today's episode is just to let you guys, give you some sanity as I watch America burn from abroad, and to let you know that this is not normal. Okay. This is not normal at all. And what we're going to take a look here is just at some of these reactions as well. And then we're going to go take a look directly at the courtroom digital chat on the live stream. Okay. So shocker that here's the first woman here. Okay. She's obviously obese and very ugly and disgusting. And because she's ugly and disgusting, also you'll notice her opinion is very ugly and disgusting. So just take a look at this. I'm just going to show you exactly what I'm talking about right here.
Y'all are pissing me off. You're pissing me off about this Lindsay Clancy fucking case because I'm getting real fucking tired. I'm getting really fucking tired of seeing these asshole accounts that are like, nobody's mentioning the kids and you're all advocating for a murderer. Excuse me, we're the ones that are trying to figure out who actually did this to these fucking poor ass innocent children.
So right there, I just want to point out that Lindsay Clancy herself has already admitted to doing this. Okay. Yeah, and she does indeed have 3 chins. That is correct. She has 3 chins. Yes. Okay. So no matter what you say, 1, I'm not going to take you serious because you're fat as fuck. 2, you're being hysterical. And 3, you're a woman and I'm a man. So I'm probably right and you're probably wrong just based on that alone. Okay. So right off rip, see the beauty of being a man, how I just dispelled her shit immediately with logic. The woman who is on trial now has admitted to doing these things, but Fatty here thinks that it goes deeper. Okay, let's continue. Listen to her.
We care the most. We care about finding out the fucking truth because the problem is a person, a mother, could possibly go to jail for the rest of her life and live out the rest of her miserable ass life thinking that she actually killed her fucking kids, and you don't want to make sure that it's true? Are you telling me that? Because you know what? I find it interesting that you think it's okay and it's normal for a man to go to Costa Rica for 3 weeks after his 3 babies were fucking murdered and his wife is losing her mind in the fucking hospital. That's normal?
That didn't even make any sense. But yeah, Wes Ross is making a great point. These people are truly sick in the head. Like I said, you know, she's fat. I don't know what these white specks are on her shirt. Is this part of the shirt design? Or is that like remnants of mayonnaise?
It's normal that he leaves a fucking review? Who leaves a hiking review? You fucking weirdo.
Of course she'd find hiking weird because look at her.
Who sits there and Googles, taps into their wife's fucking Facebook account while she dragged her fucking kid, her sick ass kid, to the fucking doctors, and you went on your computer at home and looked up through her Facebook, looked up how to fucking get your carotid artery, how to slit your throat. He did it. He's not innocent. He's not. I don't know who actually killed the kids. That's why we're trying. That's what the court is about.
So are we just discounting the fact that the woman admitted to that? Is that exactly what we're doing? This truly is a disgusting thing. You know, truly is.
That's what we're trying to figure out because it doesn't all make sense. It really doesn't all make sense. There's something wrong with that man. He's lying when he's sitting there saying, I took the bands off and then I gave them CPR. Bitch, the fucking cops said that he saw you sitting on the couch. Which is it, Patrick? Did you give them CPR or did you sit on the couch? You fucking sat on the couch. That police officer looked like he was gonna fucking cry.
So for me, this is like just glaringly obvious that he potentially took the bands off the child's neck, performed CPR for as long as possible, and then realized nothing was going to happen. So he sat down on the couch. Right? Pretty sick, pretty weird. Case word, $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, the West is so far removed from reality. It's ridiculous. She's absolutely guilty. These feminists are out of hand. They really are, bro. They really are. I mean, look at this. Look at this creature of the night over here. Okay, this is the most calories she's burned in a very long time, getting worked up like this. Okay.
You're a fucking sorry excuse for a fucking person, and that's disgusting that you would even remotely, who in their right mind would want to marry somebody who looks exactly like the person that murdered your fucking children? Does that make sense? Or is that fucked? It's fucked. Normal people don't do that shit. That's not normal.
She's lecturing us on being normal. Just want to keep that in mind.
You would never want to even remember their face because it would constantly remind you of what you lost.
No, guys have a type. I mean, just what are you even saying here? Not that you would know, because I mean, come on, there's only one type of guy that's hitting on you, and his name's Tyrone. So
3 children. And then he's going to have a baby with her? Not to mention that there's pictures on LinkedIn of the 2 of them together 2 years prior. Not to mention all the trips to New York. Not to mention his wife is losing it, but he's going on ski trips and leaving the kids at home alone with her.
Oh, wait. So you're telling me that the guy whose wife unalived 3 of their children, he didn't want to be around her, and that makes him a bad guy? Okay. Continue with your white chimp out.
Also, if you don't want to look at any of the other fucking evidence because you're a stupid ass motherfucker and you'd rather just react for fucking views.
I mean, that's what you're doing right now.
You would know that he's over here. Who in their right mind would leave their wife who's telling you, who the doctors, she's not even saying it. Her therapist told her to say she was hearing voices, but that's besides the point. You hear that she's hearing voices and she's thinking of harming herself and she's going through all of this. And you think to leave her home with the kids? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with you? Clearly there's something wrong with him. There's been something wrong with him. She even said there was stuff wrong with him in her diary as far as marital problems, things of that nature. He's not a nice man. He's not a nice man.
I mean, he was nice enough not to murder his family.
He doesn't care about his kids. You'll never fucking convince me that he cares about his kids. And even if he didn't kill his kids, he's still a fucking problem. And he's a scum of a fucking person. And he deserves fucking hell.
Right.
So I hope.
So he deserves hell, even though his wife did the most disgusting thing a mother can do. Got it. Just getting all my ducks in a row here.
Hope that he's completely ostracized after all of this for people knowing what a piece of shit he is as a husband, whether he killed them or not, because he is. So there we go. And also, his new wife has bad reviews as a doctor for being a bitch. Isn't that interesting? And it's just so interesting that, his is it his brother or someone in the family is on the police department? Is it interesting that one of her colleagues was one of the medical professionals that is on the stands that's supposedly getting in trouble? She's being privately sued. What? What? No, y'all need to shut the fuck up. We're all really sorry for these kids. We all feel fucking terrible. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to sit there and let somebody possibly go down for some terrible shit. And it might not actually happen that way. So let's figure out who did it, how it actually happened, and put the right person in jail. Whether it's him or it's her. It doesn't matter. And even if it is her, I think she should be fucking insane. That's it. I don't think she should go to jail. I think she should be mentally insane. That's it. That's all. But no, we all care about the fucking kids, Karen. Shut the fuck up.
That's my official response to that, bro. Holy shit. You see, guys, and that is why, Like when you see a woman in modern times, in modern day times, doing something really stupid in public or saying something stupid, it is your civic duty as a man to say, hey, what you're doing is extremely stupid and you need to shut the fuck up. You are going to save that woman's life. Okay? Save a woman's life today. Tell her to shut the fuck up. Tell your mom to shut the fuck up. Tell your aunt to shut the fuck up. Tell your sister to shut the fuck up. Tell your wife to shut the fuck up. Tell your girlfriend to shut the fuck up. Okay? They need to hear it. I am watching a live cuckening of the entire American male population because these guys are the gigantic group of pussies on the earth. American guys have the most money and they are the biggest pussies on the planet. And you know what that means? When you have a lot of money and you're a giant pussy, now you're a simp. And we all know what simping does to the world. That is exactly what we're going through right now. Okay? That is exactly what is happening in 2026. Nobody's telling these chicks, shut the fuck up. You're stupid. Your opinions are stupid. You sound stupid. There is a 50% probability that you are stupid because half of the population is 100 IQ or less. So you're doing these women a favor when you tell them, shut the fuck up. You're being very stupid right now. And literally, based on the woman, you have a 50% chance of being right. Okay? Unbelievable to even understand this. Yeah, aunt and grandma really need to shut the fuck up. Grandma is sane because she's gone through menopause. Okay? So that's just one example there. Okay? Now, take a look here. We have a single mom also chimping out as well. Let's take a look at this liberal woman chimp out. Okay, so instead of taking care of her kids, she's neglecting them. No wonder she empathizes with this woman.
Has anyone else noticed how men seem very quiet about the Lindsay Clancy trial? Why is that? Why are men not standing up for her when the evidence is showing more and more that Patrick did it? I feel like there's like bro code that you don't speak out against abusive behavior. Like it's seen as weak. I think
no, it's because men are working, men are doing stuff. We're not really just sitting around and wasting our time watching stories about bitches who are like clearly guilty. Like if this was like if this case was like cutting edge and was like, wow, it's like, you know, it's really on the line. We really don't know what's happening. Okay. Then maybe men would be tuning in, but we're too busy running the entire world so you could run your fucking mouth from your sofa. That's exactly what's going on. Very clear, very evident situation before your fucking eyes. Okay. And this is clearly an open and shut case. The dude wasn't in the house. He was outside of the house. Why and how could he have been the person that did it when he was outside of the house? She was inside the house when it happened, and then she jumped over the balcony. And then she admitted to doing this. Like what, like exactly what is going on? What is going on? It doesn't make any sense. This is why you can't take 99% of these women fucking seriously, bro. You just can't.
That's why all of the women watching this case love Kevin Reddington, Lindsay's lawyer, so much, is because it's so rare to see a man stand up so passionately against
for a paycheck. He has to win. That's why they paid him. And if he loses, there are going to be millions and millions and millions of people that see him lose, and that's bad for business. But you wouldn't know anything about that because you're at home sitting on your fucking couch making dumb shit on TikTok.
Injustice towards women and against abuse towards women. Why are men being so silent? And at this point, if you're a man saying like she should just go to prison, she did it, Patrick's innocent, leave him alone, he was a great dad, with all of the evidence that's coming out, if you are saying that about Patrick still, I'm just going to assume that you are abusive. I'm just going to assume
The fact that she already wants to throw that word out lets me know what she does to her kids. Remember, their accusations are confessions. If you're dating a girl and she's like, hey, you better not be cheating on me, she's cheating on you. All right? That's exactly what's happening. And the fact that she jumped straight to the A word, just throwing that out there. You see, the problem is these women, nobody stands up to them. You guys do not stand up to these chicks. You do not stand up to these chicks. And that's why they have these emboldened, stupid opinions, because nobody is telling them, hey, bitch, you are fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. I live in reality governed by logic, and what you're saying, there is no possible logical conclusion for that to be happening right now. So shut the fuck up. Go in the kitchen, make me something high protein, low calorie, if you even know how to do that without just microwaving some shit, and shut the fuck up. Seriously, shut the fuck up. Emphasis on shutting the fuck up. Unbelievable.
that you are a piece of shit husband too.
Is that because your husband left you and you hate all men?
And that you condone and support and enable abusive behavior, because it's so obvious if you're
Okay, so clearly she's been getting her ass beat by her fucking husband or ex-husband or whatever, but if you're so smart, where was your fucking women's intuition on that one? If he had all these red flags, you think all these red flags just popped up after the marriage? No, you're a dumbass. You chose him. You got impregnated by him. He probably beat the fuck out of you. And then you're like, oh, all men are just such shit. No, you dumbass. You're bad at choosing men. This is your fault once again. So, I mean, it's just when you break it down, it's pretty funny, honestly speaking.
We're watching the case that he, at the very least, was abusive to her and neglectful. Like, where are all the good men? All of my trauma has come from men. I have spent so much of my life healing from men. I've always needed a dad, a husband. I'm just waiting for some man out.
I mean, dude, do you see, like, the greatest thing about social media is you watch women just tell on themselves. I didn't even fucking see this clip, but you see how I predicted that shit right away? I didn't even fucking see this clip. And then she's out here and she's literally saying every man I've been involved with has traumatized me in some way, shape, or form. Well, maybe you should get better at choosing good guys. Clearly, you're a fucking idiot too. You're a fucking moron. You need someone to stop you from fucking your own life up. She's expecting to be like, oh, I just need the perfect world to exist. You have freedom of choice, and your choices come with consequences. Some positive, some negative, but 100% of those choices are dependent on how you make them. You are the one to blame no matter what. You can blame everybody else in the world, but your choices are your choices. Jesus Christ, bro.
There to prove to me that there's some good ones. And I think that's why so many women are idolizing Kevin Reddington so much, is because so many of us have needed a man to stand up for us and protect us and be a father figure or a good husband. And so many men have just given us trauma and failed us. And men are quiet. Why are all the men quiet?
Because we don't want to put up with you. You're clearly a fucking idiot.
Why can't men passionately speak up against abusive behavior?
I am right now. I am passionately speaking up against the abuse of your stupid words against my ears. You are abusing me with your stupidity. I need to call a fucking rape hotline right now. That's how violated I feel by your fucking stupidity being spoken into your stupid fucking cell phone. You can't even turn the fucking TV off in the background while you sit there and try to become the victim of a fucking environment that you created. It's all on you. Oh my God, dude. What are we even doing here? Am I unnecessarily chipping out, guys? Let me know. I feel like I'm making pretty good valid points here.
Towards women. I feel like in a man's world, if you do that, you're like risking being seen as weak. And I think that's so wrong.
No, we're risking our entire life and insanity by being around dumb fucking women like you. Okay? And let's just keep up the dumb woman parade, because here we got another one here. Okay, this is actress Lisa Rinna. Okay, obviously another Hollywood brainwashed celebrity. I don't even know who this chick is, but I mean, already look at those lips. Talk about abuse. Somebody has been abusing lip filler. She looks like fucking the gremlin female from Gremlins 2. Have you guys seen that movie? When she has like the big gremlin lips.
Chit chat. All right, he did it. Patrick did it. Patrick's the one who did it. Not Lindsay. Patrick did it. Because, you know, I also heard that women typically don't strangle. So awful to even say. But that isn't what a woman would do.
Great.
They don't strangle. I was actually in therapy today, and my therapist and I were talking about it, and I said, well, what do they
Great. So a crazy person is defending a crazy person. Got it.
do? She said, well, they poison, or I said, oh, or drown them. Like, we literally had that conversation today. And she looks at me and she goes, he did it. I was like, wow, yeah. And now, yeah.
Just take a look at this real quick here, chat. Just look at this creature of the night. Okay? And tell me that this woman does not look like this. Is that not exactly the same fucking thing that we just saw? That's why she had the glasses on to cover up the bug eyes under there. Okay. Oh my God, dude. It's like, it's truly comical. So again, like if you're out there in the current world, you know, seeing these kind of like chicks defending this chick, run and understand this is a gigantic red flag. Okay. Take a look here too. This is another one. This is actually the mother of Lindsay Clancy here.
What you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
So she has thoughts of harming the children, right? She has confessed to harming the children, right? And all the evidence is clearly there, but people are still defending her, right? Namely women. So let's continue here. Take a look at this. I saw this one as well. A single mother who says she's living off of ramen would rather give her money to the child killer's family than feed her own children. I donated $800 and I'm a single mom who lives off of ramen sometimes, but I have a little extra now. So I donated to this woman, so this woman has some of my fairy dust to help her get justice. My heart bleeds for her, something I can't describe. So I hope other people donate to free this woman from her hell. I donated $5,000. If we don't be her voice and get loud and fight for her justice until Patrick is in prison for the rest of his life, then we have failed as a nation. If this can happen to her, It can happen to any of us. Keep the fight. Stay loud, America. We have failed as a nation because there are stupid women like you writing this shit in public with $5,000 you probably got from a man. Let's be honest. We American men have failed. We have failed them. You know, it's like the end of Star Wars Episode 3 when fucking, you know, Obi-Wan is fighting Anakin. He's like, I have failed you, Anakin. I have failed you. That is what American men need to tell all of these fat American women. We have failed you by not telling you to shut the fuck up, by not telling you to stop sucking all of the big dick propaganda being shoved in your stupid face. Okay, think about how dumb American women are. They got brainwashed into thinking you could be fat and beautiful. You could be fat and healthy. The body positivity movement started off by fucking Dove. All of this stuff. There's no body positivity male models. I've been saying that since 2019. There's none. And yet, we're supposed to believe this is just a one-way street? Because at least guys, when they're fat, they know. They know. If a guy's fat, he knows. He's like, I know, I'm a fat piece of shit, right? Like when a fat guy's like, I don't eat that much. Like, listen, bro, your fat ass is eating in private, and your fat ass is eating a lot, okay? Because calories don't just magically stay in your body. You're eating a lot. You're a fat motherfucker. You're being stupid. And men are more likely to call other men out. You know? So again, we're just dealing with mass stupidity excuse me, everywhere. Oh fuck, it's already 1:30. God damn. How long have I been going? Well, that's pretty fast. All right, let's continue. Let's show you some more of this shit. Okay. So let's see another chick with lip filler and you know, crazy in her eyes.
Yep, she killed my kids. She's crazy. That's so sad. And then she jumped out the window and is a paraplegic now. It's weird that you got into a relationship 4 months later, though. What's weird about that? I don't know if my entire family was annihilated and my significant other was a paraplegic after jumping out of the window after doing that. I don't know if I would be dating.
I'm going to say this.
So you're supposed to be happy that your wife just committed the most heinous act against your children and therefore just be alone because your wife is crazy. All three of your kids are dead. So you're just supposed to sit in the corner and grieve by yourself. And you don't think that he had loved ones around him, right? Just shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Just do us a favor and shut the fuck up. Okay, we got another animal out here blaming men. Take a look here. Let's see what she has to say. Okay, this one here, Phoenix 444. As a therapist, he is a covert narcissist. Your license needs to be suspended and you need to be put into shock therapy because you're a fucking moron. Okay. Kevin Reddington already knew that man hired a private investigator. He knows much more than me. He's a shark. I love him. Look, again, this is all women who have never had a man to tell them, shut the fuck up. You're stupid. There is power in love when you tell a woman to shut the fuck up. Tell a woman to shut the fuck up today. You will save a life.
I think that we are all watching Lindsay Clancy realize she actually didn't kill those fucking kids. Why did he need a GoFundMe? Is he paying for her lawyer? $1.7 million for what? How much does a funeral cost? He is fucking panicking right now. He's got a family member in law enforcement. The new wife's husband is connected to Hollywood. He's living in a high rise in Manhattan with a new doctor wife and a new baby. This man has not shed one tear. And Kevin Reddington is also figuring this out as it goes. It's all becoming so clear. They didn't fingerprint anything. What's going on with the green vase? Because when Kevin Reddington takes that vase out of the box, you see Patrick's
right there. right there. You know, see it? Who sees it? Right there. Right there. K-Swerve, I'm trying to keep your super chat up here because it's a big fat one. Appreciate you. I'm going to take it down for a second. Okay. Dr. B, love you, bro. 64 months of membership. Unbelievable. Yo, I'll be in Miami next month for a few days. Also got a second Rolex. Love it. You see it right there, boys. You see that? You see that? Look at her fingers. Look at her fingers. Never trust a woman who tattoos her hands. Never, ever, 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 ever trust a woman who tattoos her hands. Okay. You can like again. This make also the bird hand. Yes, the bird hand, but the greater indicator of insanity is multiple tattoos on her fingers. Okay, looks like some witchcraft shit. All right, and yeah, again, and she's white. We can just keep going. You know, this is this is insane. This is insane. But I'm also not even shocked. I'm not even shocked. Yeah, I'm honestly, this is the best advice. I'll just don't trust women, period. Listen, bro, what women do is the truth. What women say is the press release. Okay? What women do is the truth. Their actions are the truth. What women say is the press release. Okay.
Face, panic. Then, when he announces that he sent an email at 5:30,
and the amount of Botox in her forehead, if you guys haven't noticed, her eyebrows haven't moved this entire time. That Botox has clearly seeped into her forehead and is chasing her hairline away as well. Okay.
34, when he was saying he was not in the house,
Does anybody creeped out by this? Look at how her eyebrows are just not moving.
the judge looks at him like, what is going on? He thought he got away with it. And he might still get away with it in court, but not in the court of public opinion.
Your opinion doesn't matter, namely because you're a woman, but secondly, because you're fucking clearly insane. You are clearly fucking insane. All right. Let's take a look. I have another one here. Okay. So this chick talks about the brain rot going on here. The brain rot and hypocrisy required to support Lindsay Clancy is astounding. Okay. So check this out. This is another chick.
The trend of these women supporting Lindsay Clancy and raising a ton of money for her and upholding some sort of conspiracy theory about her innocence is indicative of two things. Number one, the absolute brain rot that progressive women have experienced from TikTok and reading just like smut all day and true crime. Like they have no actual intellectualism going on. But more importantly, number two, the hypocrisy and clarity of the fact that they don't actually want egalitarianism. They want to continually special plead for women, paint women as the victims, and let them off the hook for everything. They would never treat a man the way they are treating Lindsay Clancy. You
Right.
can say that any crime has a reason behind it, right? We can say that people who are awful serial killers probably have some sort of childhood trauma or have gone through some sort of, mental disorder, psychopathy, something like that. A man who comes home from a war and suffers from PTSD may act out violently, but if he did what Lindsay Clancy did, you would not be acting this way. You can scream all day about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, but attributing to why someone does something does not take away the accountability that they should be holding. And this is just indicative of feminism in general. They want privilege without accountability, and that apparently applies to crime as well.
You see, the reason I trust women like her is because she's just a little bit ugly, right? Because like when a woman is really pretty, she doesn't truly live in reality, right? That's why you saw the chick with like the fucking Botox face and the eyebrows that were not moving, like making no fucking sense. That's because everybody around her is just lying to her. And they don't tell her the truth because people just want to fuck her. The men, at least, right? This chick right here, she's a little cute, but she's also a little ugly, right? Her teeth are a little gangly. She's clearly got a fucking retarded tattoo on the inside of her right arm that she probably, is embarrassed of. She's dressed like a trad wife, and she's making pretty decent logic here. But if she was a little bit too pretty, remember, beauty is power, and power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is why women who are like 9s and 10s, they never really get married. They never really settle down. They get pumped and dumped and passed around. And this is why 6s and 7s with good attitudes, they're always the ones with the wedding rings. You know why? Because they're just ugly enough to not be super pretty. They have like little flaws, maybe a little fucking gangly tooth, maybe a little birthmark on their face somewhere. Maybe she's got weird titties, right? But that little bit of ugly keeps them sane. It keeps them down to earth. You know what I'm saying? And so this is W woman. She made a really good point there. She made a really good point, So that being said, I mean, I want to patch back in here if you guys haven't even seen this even furthermore. Okay. I want you to see the live chat now that I've given you guys, right, so much context. All right. Here's another one right now. Okay. I want to no, let me do one more and then I'll show you what's up. Okay. So let me do one more. So take a look at this. Here's another case number 75 million, Your Honor. So this woman is right off the rip, objectively more attractive than the woman we just saw, right? And I want you to listen to what she's about to say.
Hypothetical scenario. A man is abusing his 5-year-old daughter. He is part of a pedophile ring. Other members of this ring include his best friend, the ADA, chief of police, possibly some doctors, nurses. And now let's say that the mother finds out. Let's say she takes her daughter to the doctor to get some digestion issues looked at, UTIs, things like that. Let's say that doctor suggests to the mother that this child has been abused and she has been abused recently. So, of course, the mother goes home and confronts this monster of a man. What do you think he would do in that instance? Do you think he might snap, strangle his wife? Did the thing with, the other three, because why not at this point, right? Would he then enlist the help of that ADA, that chief of police, those doctors and nurses that are in that ring to help him cover it up? Don't forget what they did to Karen Reed.
You see, this chick, even though her teeth are a little fucked up, it's kind of disgusting. The bottom, looks like she's fucking a smoker or something like that, right? I don't trust anybody with bad teeth, either, right? I mean, bad teeth are a gigantic indicator of somebody who does not have their fucking life together. But despite that, she looks pretty fuckable, especially compared to the average wildebeest woman out there. And compared to the other chick that we were just talking, who made more sense, right? She's prettier. However, she just said that the husband was potentially part of a PDF file ring. You catch my drift. And he was in cahoots with the chief of police. So wait a minute. So if your wife murders your entire family and you go to the chief of police, that makes you the bad guy? Maybe, just maybe, he wanted to go to an expert in these things and get some questions answered. We truly live in insane times, okay? Take a look here. Let's go back to the chat right now. So I want to show you guys, now we have a little bit of context, okay? Let's take a look at this, the live chat. Defense continues. Okay, so it looks like the case is over for today.
For example, in some states, don't let us say not guilty by reason of insanity. Say guilty but insane, because a person sitting in a box sees a woman who murdered 3 of her children, is hard pressed to check a box because you get a jury form, right? You have a physical document. You have to sign your name to it. They're very hard pressed to check a box that starts with the words not guilty. Now, hers won't say that, but they're very hard pressed to do that, right? And so at the end of the day, the thing that helps her defense I'm really riveted by this case. I want to see what the jury verdict is, because at the end of the day, she tried to kill herself. When you try to kill, there are some people who don't try to kill themselves. They run away, they hide. They're not going to get a jury to say that, yeah, you were insane. You had a psychotic attack at that point. But in the 70s and 60s, you hear about cases where a mother, there's a case where a mother murdered her child, and she defended herself not guilty by reason of insanity. She succeeded. Later on, she ended up opening a business. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying that the law has changed. Juries have changed their perception on these cases in the past few decades. But this case right here, if this case does not qualify for not criminally responsible by reason of insanity, I don't know what is, because at the end of the day, you cannot be more tragic, legally speaking, than this case.
Oh, yeah, it is tragic all around. It was so heartbreaking on the first day of trial to hear from Patrick Clancy. And though he hasn't been anywhere near this courtroom, he hasn't been sitting inside of the courtroom, he didn't even stay for much of the evidence that came out in his own direct examination. That just set the tone for this trial of just how much of a tragedy this is all around. And now you have all of these family members who would be the closest related to the victims. That's why these kind of cases are so challenging. They're not on board with this prosecution.
Is that guy sleeping? Are they? They're talking about how this is so grieving on the family. Is this guy in the background fucking sleeping? Do my eyes defy me? Oh my fucking God.
There's even a moment when the mother-in-law, so Patrick Clancy's mother, was leaving the stand today, and she gave a nod to the defense.
Oh, he woke up there. Oh, great.
Table. She looked directly at Lindsay Clancy, and if the jury saw it, who knows? But that signals to them that his family still supports Lindsay. How powerful is that inside of a courtroom when you have, even a husband who's not with Lindsay Clancy at this time? He's an ex-husband. His children were killed, but yet there is this level of forgiveness.
It's extremely helpful. And I'll tell you why. When the jury deliberates, it's going to be comprised of human beings. And in that room with human beings deliberating, there are politics. And the politics are going to, if there's a juror on there, I've spoken to jurors. I've spoken to a juror who has PTSD he was one of the holdouts in a murder case, attempted murder case. And then he ended up being overwhelmed by his other jurors. And he said, I haven't slept since, because I saw the mom scream after the jury verdict was read, and I knew I made a mistake, right? So people have to understand there are politics at play, and seeing the parents in there supporting her ex-husband saying positive things about her, it gives you, the juror, the political will to stand up to other jurors who might say, no, I'm never gonna vote for not criminally responsible. She murdered her 3 kids. I'm better than her. Blah blah. Those politics are at play in that jury room, and you as a defense attorney.
You are fucking overestimating the intelligence of fucking jurors. I'll tell you that. A lot of juries are fucking morons because they're the average people. Dr. B, thank you so much for the $10 super chats. Just FYI, if they claim that she was psychotic when she did it, it will be much harder to convict her. I mean, I think she is cooked. Like, psychotic or not, she clearly did it. And I mean, this bitch deserves to rot. Like, and the biggest thing is this too. They're skipping out on this, right? What happens when a guy typically goes out and he starts, shooting off and killing people in a mass fucking shooting, right? What does he do at the end? Boom. He shoots himself. Why? Because he knows he was fucking guilty. This bitch did the same, but she failed at suicide like most women do. You guys know that it's a statistical fact that more women attempt suicide than men, and more women fail at suicide as well. So it just shows you that women can't even kill themselves. Like they cannot even do anything fucking right. Okay. And so that being said, like this whole case is just clearly, yeah, Dr. B exactly said, yeah, she's cooked regardless, right? Yeah, exactly right. More women attempt, unaliving, but men are actually the ones that fucking make it happen, right? And the reason is because a lot of women attempt it for attention. A lot of women attempt it for multiple fucking reasons, but the ultimate fucking reason is clearly not to get the job done because they're not making it happen. What do you guys say? You want to sit by and watch some more of this? I don't want to see what the court is, but I want to show you some of the chat as well, because take a look at this. We'll go back to the chat here. Okay. And I want to show you guys, look at this. Educate yourself. You probably believe everything PDF files say. Okay. You have women in the chat live, right? Live here, still, defending this woman. Okay. Let's see. Out of my house, needs a helicopter parent these days. Kids are dumb. The world's wild. It's not good. What happens if it's a hung jury? Where that lady put that meat in the window and slammed it down on. Only 20-minute break. Okay, so it looks like there's going to be a 20-minute break here. What do you guys want to do? Let me know. Vote in the chat. Do you want to continue to just watch some more of these crazy women TikTok memes and stuff? I could find that there are endless amounts of TikTok memes on here. We could also research the woman who is actually responsible for the GoFundMe. Do you want to continue to watch the live court coverage? Let me know, or I could just end it right here. So if you want me to continue, press 1. If you want me to just end it right here, press 2. I've only been going an hour. But what we'll do, we'll just cover a bunch of TikToks. Maybe I'll bring some of you guys on. Fuck it. And then you can give me your opinion. And then we'll talk about it. And then when the court comes back, we'll watch the case a little bit. You let me know. I'm here to serve you. I woke up at 2 p.m. today because I worked all night yesterday. And then I had my private masseuse take care of me all day, passed out. We're going to keep going. I'm getting a bunch of ones. Keep going. Watch some of the female chimp outs. All right. Give me 1 second. I am going to grab a new water. Take a look at this. If you want to be smart and perceptive like me and truly understand female nature, then join my monthly coaching and you'll be part of a Telegram group as well as an onboarding call with me. I'm going to play that. And then when that commercial is done, we'll review the TikToks. We will look at more evidence on X, and we will wait for the court case to come back. Don't turn that dial. I'm here with you. We're live. We're doing it live from Manila. It's the Thrilla in Manila. It's the MLD show.
What's up, guys? Thanks for watching today's video. We're going to get right back to that, but I want to tell you quickly about my coaching program, the Money Muscles Game Monthly. If you're having trouble getting women in your life, keeping them around, and getting dates, if you're having trouble with your finances, this is the program for you. It's a very simple program dedicated to solving those problems with you right now. Each of these coaching sessions are a group coaching session with live interaction on the second and fourth Sunday. Every month, we meet at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Zoom to discuss exactly what is going on with you, what problems you have, what roadblocks are in the way. And then from there, we come up with a special plan for you to get the results that you want. I know what you could say. There's all this free information on the internet. There's all these free content creators putting all this stuff out. If that were the case, the world would be healed by now, but it's not. Okay, it's the blind leading the blind. You don't even know what's good information or not. You need a mentor. You need a group. You need a tribe, and you need to be held accountable. That's what you have in the Money Muscles Game Month. In addition to that, we have a free 24-hour support Telegram chat where you can link up with other like-minded men just like you who are dedicated to solving their dating and money problems right now. So, if that sounds like something you're interested in, I want you to stop what you're doing right now, go to modernlifedating.com/monthly, Sign up, and then you're going to get an email sent to you with a Telegram link so you can join the Telegram chat and get on your plan to fix your problems immediately. Do not let another day go by where you silently suffer, lying to yourself, saying you're going to figure it out, because you won't. You need help. You need a mentor. You need group support. That's what I am. That's what my community is. I've dragged myself from the depths of poverty to the tops of financial success. I've dated hundreds of women around the world. I can easily teach you how to do this, and it's a cakewalk. But it all starts with you going to modernlifedating.com/monthly and signing up today. Thanks so much, and let's get back to today's video.
That is right. Go to modernlifedating.com and sign on up. Yeah, let's see. How about the woman who air fried her baby to death with a hairdryer and then covered up her crimes? Only a 6-year sentence because she has a vagina. That is terrible. That is terrible. But we should believe all women. That's what the propaganda said. Do you guys remember that? Hashtag believe all women. Believe them all, except for Lindsay Clancy, who said, hey, I did it. And yeah. Believe me. No, don't believe me. Let's see. No, what is going on here? There's something just came back. Hold on. But this is MGM fight shown to jury and Kef D. Who is Kef D?
All right, what we're seeing now is a fight that happened between Orlando Anderson, and that is who the prosecution says was involved in this, was the trigger person. He is deceased. We're seeing Tupac there in the middle, along with Suge Knight, and they are running away from this altercation that happened. This is a situation where the prosecution says that Keefe Davis was angry over the disrespect in this fight, that it was something that should not have happened. And that's when they decided that this was the moment. This was a good reason for them to go after Tupac Shakur, to hunt him down.
All right. Okay. I don't know. I guess they're going to show that in the meantime. But yeah, didn't Tupac die like in the early 90s? What are we even doing here? One thing I want to do is talk about this Brandy Mulligan woman. Okay. So Brandy Mulligan is a white woman. Okay. So, guilty, right? And Brandy Mulligan is the one who is responsible for this GoFundMe. Let's do a refresh and see how much is gained. Is at 908.85. Okay, now it's still at 908.85. Thank God it's not moving. Well, actually, no, hold on. The fucking things are coming in. Maybe they got to get confirmed. But anyways, now $908.85. Well, guess what? This is the woman who has been gaining so much clout on TikTok, and she is the one who thinks and is leading the charge, saying that, okay, Lindsay Clancy is innocent. So we're going to watch her pinned fucking tweets, first of all, or her TikToks. And let's go here.
We got the family. I just got off the phone with Kevin Reddington. We got them. I was holding my niece and I looked at my phone. I was like, Kevin Reddington. And I was like, I gotta take this. They got it. We are.
Why is she shaking the camera so much? Is this like a TikTok strategy?
Sending it through GoFundMe right now. Let's leave this family alone. Let's just build them up and surround them with love. Let's get some good going, but we got them. We have a legit thing. I'm not a scammer, so fuck you all that said I was. Do this. This is
a crazy person. This is like for you guys that don't know, this is a crazy woman. Okay. This is an absolutely crazy person. Just quickly. You're a grown man reviewing videos during work hours. Get a life and a woman. Freaking loser. Actually, I'm in Manila and it's 1:50 a.m. and the woman of tonight is in the bedroom, sexually exhausted, might I add you. So yes, you're an incel. Congratulations. But yeah, looking at this woman, she's clearly insane. All women are crazy. I mean, hey man, depending on the time of month, yeah, you're right. You are right. But this like I'm gonna mute this because I don't know if this is gonna like mess up the copyright stuff with music. But just look okay, look at her behavior with no sound, and then tell me, does this look like a normal, healthy person to you? This woman looks so unwell. I mean, one, you're fat, right? So strike one. And I don't know why people say, oh, they're old, you know, they should be fat. Just because you're old doesn't mean like you have a permission to be fat. Like, oh, you're old, so you're fat. Like that doesn't work like that. Like, have you ever been to Asia? Like, do you know why Japanese people live fucking forever? It's because you're skinny, because they have a healthy diet, right? And so, yeah, insanity. Let's continue. Let's do some more deep dives.
Sad about the Lindsay thing, and I will stop. So another thing that's so sad about the Lindsay thing, and I will stop like harping on this, but I'm like so caught up in it, and it's wild. But the thing that's also super sad is that this lady I don't know what she's access to, where she is, and she probably thinks that the world absolutely hates her. She probably,
yeah. I'll go on record and say, yeah, I definitely hate this bitch for killing her 3 kids. For the algo, I'm a man watching during working hours and working too. I have woman in a life. W. Stick it to the man. I want you to half-ass your job just a little bit and just watch a little bit longer and harder. Love you. Love you, love you, love you. TT Divine Duelist says, I hate her as well. Can we put a 8? Put an 8 in the chat if you hate Lindsay Clancy. I will lead the charge and put an 8 in the chat. Put an 8 if you got a little hate for this crazy bitch who murdered her entire lineage of offspring. What a piece of human trash, honestly speaking. Really terrible, bro. Really, really, real terrible. Somebody put an 8 ball. That's hilarious. Guys, I love you all for being here. I love you all from the bottom of my heart. I love you all. I truly believe you guys are just amazing people for being here and supporting me. You know, I'd be nothing without you. I'd just be a psychopath ranting into the ether, but I am a psychopath ranting to you guys. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I love you so much. You know, absolutely. Violent Chess Master makes a great point. Anyone who harms children, which are the light of life, are absolutely scum. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. The problem is husband told first responders that she did it. First responders told her the hospital she did it. It all started with what her husband said and investigators just went with. Well, I mean, so again, I know you're a woman, so I forgive you. I forgive you for your lack of logic. Okay. So, okay. I wish I had the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music on right now. Okay. I'm going to get that with my soundboard. Sit tight. Okay. But if you're him and you come home and you see your wife outside paralyzed with her wrist slit and her neck slit, writhing in pain, right? And then you go upstairs and you see 3 of your kids dead. And you think, who else had keys to my house? Me and my wife. And yeah, no shit. He told them that she fucking did it, bro. Come on here. Seriously. Come on, CA. You know I like you, but this is a little... I'm going to have to get a little fucking... Abdul, we got to get some rocks for one of our sisters in the chat here. Of course, he said his fucking wife did it. Like, that's just logical. No shit. Okay? Thoughts on the new abortion bill? Dumb white women at it again, buying up the propaganda. All the propaganda that you see, guys, it's all about one thing. Keeping everybody divided, keeping men and women divided, not making children, and financially extorting men and women individually for as long as possible while reducing the global population. That's all it is. That's all it is. That is the end game. You know why people took the C-19 little sticky in their shoulder? Because it messes you up, it kills you, it gives you hypercancer, and probably messing with people's fertility. They just don't know yet. Okay? Listen, you're saying, I know MLD. You want to come on with no camera and just talk to me? I won't make fun of you, I promise. But we can have a conversation. You can catch me up. But there are many things that don't quite add up when get a bit deeper in the case. You're going to have to send me grammatically correct sentences for me to take you seriously, honey. You're losing this war, baby. You're losing this war pretty fast. Okay? Doesn't take away that the fact there are insane people on social media rooting for her due to pure emotion. You're telling on yourself right now. Oh, I'm just fucking with you. Okay. Anyways, let's go back to the fat white woman. All right, fatty, what do you got to say next? The world does hate her. Is that what you... I know. I want to go to like the... Apparently there's like detective stuff. Like she's been doing work. Okay.
So let me get this straight. If you call...
And I don't... Again, the fact that she's fat takes away like at least 35% credibility.
A suicide hotline for help. They say call back when you've put further planning into it. And you've got a plan. And then we can help you. Is that what I heard? Is that what I heard? This one was failed. Let's get to $1 million. What the fuck? So
she just wants the clout for getting him to $1 million. Okay. I want to see, because apparently this chick has been on the case for a while, but I just can't really... How long has this dumbass been making shit for? Is she married? My money is no. My money is she's not married. Let's see.
I get that. Like, honestly, if you aren't like looking into the case, I don't support people that kill their children, and I don't think many other mothers do. But there's something about this that it doesn't ring true. It's upsetting because this woman asked for help over and over and over and over again. You look at the facts and you're just sitting there going, well, wait, what do you mean? Like, how would she sit there and tell her husband that their kids are in the basement when her thorax is crushed and she's not responsive to anybody else? How does her body temperature get down to 82 degrees after she kills 3 kids, jumps out the window, and then is only out there for like 5 minutes. There's things that don't add up. And
blood loss, you fucking moron.
all these people that are supporting this, we know it. Like, there's something that doesn't ring true to this. All the prosecution's witnesses did nothing but describe Lindsay Clancy as a loving, doting mom. She was the mom that was writing in the notebook with the nannies. She brought him to all the doctor's appointments. She brought like every single thing. She was the present parent. And I'm getting upset because it's like there's something like this woman was failed. And her children are gone. And you don't think that
she was failed by her husband because he probably saw the red flags initially, but was like, well, I still want to get some pussy, so I'll keep this crazy bitch around.
she feels that every single day. And if she admitted it, it's like, and if that's how it shakes up that she did this, it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking because that is not what she didn't feel good. And she reached out and she wanted to fix it, but I don't believe she did it. I don't. Like, I will sit there and put my tinfoil hat on, but I don't believe she did it. And if there's a way that I can help ease her parents' financial burden, I'm going to do that. I get that. Like, honestly, if you aren't like looking into the case, I don't support.
I don't know. CA, can you point me to some kind of evidence? I want to see what all these dumb bitches are fucking chimping out about. Don't make me ask AI. Let me ask AI. All right. And let's talk to Claude. Why are some women believing she did? So if she didn't do it, then who did it? Her husband did it? I mean, the fact that she's calling all these suicide hotlines and she's on all these fucking, you know, psychiatric drugs. I mean, it just adds, you know, it just adds evidence, in my opinion. Let me see. I'm scouring through here. Okay, you guys chat, help me out. We got like 226 people watching across all platforms. So look, chat, help me out. Okay. Right there, that is the woman's TikTok. So go through it. Let me know what you find. Okay. I'm going to eat a non-chemical, non-GMO apple here in Manila, Philippines in Love Life. I can taste this not making me gay. Like all the food in America does. American food makes you fat and gay and have cancer. The apples in America do not taste like this. You're not wrong. So, wait, Emery, I'm so glad you're back, buddy. Did you finally realize that Charlie's a fat scammer? A lot of people doubted me. Doubt me now, nigga. Doubt me now. But yeah, feelings. Exactly, Alyssa. Exactly. I want to show you something funny in the mealtime. This is from Tom Likas. Take a look at this. This is fucking hilarious. This is why it's just such a joke to like listen to fucking women. Let's go. This is hilarious. This is what I was talking about, the woman who was crying abuse earlier.
Why don't you ever talk about the men that don't pay child support?
Because it's women like you who spread your legs for guys like that. Why don't you ever talk about the responsibility of women who choose irresponsible males to procreate with and then complain later when they're irresponsible?
No.
The women who have a one-nighter with a bartender or a guy on a motorcycle or a musician, and then you complain later on the guy's a deadbeat. He was a deadbeat to begin with.
Why nobody can ever talk to you because you don't let any
people talk to me all day long. You can't talk to me.
No, I'm trying to talk to you and you're talking over.
Dear, don't tell me how to do a radio show. I've been doing this for 25 years. I don't need your help.
Okay, let me. Can I please just say this? I was married once before. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My husband and I had a child together.
Right.
After I was tired of him beating me for 2 years, I left him.
Really? But why did you tolerate it for 2 years? Can you tell me why you tolerated being beaten for 2 years? I'd like to hear about this.
My answer to that is because I was young and stupid.
Okay, I agree with you.
There you go.
You were stupid. No doubt about it. And now what are you going to complain that he doesn't pay child support? The guy who beat you for 2 years? Imagine that. The guy is irresponsible.
Right.
He beat me for 2 years, and now that deadbeat doesn't pay.
So why is it my
There's your big concern. Now we see why you're so upset about this. You chose a manifestly irresponsible, violent individual to procreate with. Then you're amazed that the guy doesn't send you child support.
He didn't.
You're still. You know what, dear? You were young and stupid. Now you're old and stupid. I mean, you're still stupid.
Oh my God, you are
still stupid. You expect a guy who beat you for 2 years now to suddenly become responsible?
I cannot even believe
You're insane.
It is unbelievable.
You can't believe what?
I can't believe that you're still on the radio.
I'm on the radio because I'm right, and I'm on the radio because I've got millions of listeners. That's why.
Yeah, well, you've just lost one.
Dear, you're not the target demographic. I really don't give a rat's ass. I'll bet your husband would agree with me. I'll bet your ex-husband would really agree with me. She hung up.
Why don't you ever talk?
It's just so funny because it's always so self-inflicted. Hey, shout out to this guy right here, Iron Patriot. Listen, I remember every single one of you guys. I remember when I was jokingly telling you guys I wanted to eat Outback Steakhouse, and I put my PayPal link out there just to have some of you guys give money because I know some of you guys just genuinely want to give me money to support me, and that really means a lot. And me and the girl I was with at the time, we were just literally, bro, I love Korea. Don't get me wrong. I am part Korean now because I have a dead Korean man's cadaver ACL in both of my knees. So I am part Korean. And we were just so sick and tired of eating kimchi breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like it's kimchi fish, it's kimchi soup with a side of kimchi. Don't get me wrong. I love kimchi. I love Korean people. Korean girls are so fucking hot. Okay. But we just wanted to eat some Outback. We just wanted to eat some fucking steakhouse. It was freezing in the Korean winter. And thank God that girl that I was with is an amazing woman. She fucking bundled up and, took my fucking PayPal business debit card. Because when you guys send the PayPal donations, the money comes straight to the debit card. And she went out in the snow in the fucking middle of the Korean winter. If you guys don't know, the South Korean winter is so brutal that U.S. Special Forces does their winter training in South Korea. That's how fucking cold it is. And this amazing girl went out there and got us Korean food, got us Korean Outback. And after just eating kimchi after kimchi after kimchi, and like going in and out of moments of extreme pain from having the bones in my leg drilled through. If you guys don't know what an ACL surgery is, they drill through your bones. Do you guys know that? I'm having flashbacks now of the excruciating pain. And you guys, seriously, like I said, I don't need the money, but I appreciate you guys sending the money. And it's the thought that counts. And I know it was like, I think you guys collectively sent like $100, right? But like I'm a man too, guys. And I used to be poor too. And I used to be struggling financially and working my fucking ass off for like a very little bit of money. So when you guys send me money, when you send me super chats, I really thank you for it. Like you guys are awesome. And, it was a wild time. And you guys supporting me just by showing up when I was doing some live streams, because I did some live streams from the hospital bed when I was fucking high as fuck on fentanyl, right? Because that was the only thing that kept me like not feeling consistent pain. Jesus Christ, man. That was just most brutal time of my life. That was the most brutal time of my life. So Iron Patriot, long-winded thank you from myself, but a thank you indeed. Really appreciate it, guys. Real quick here. Let's check in on the live stream. Court is on a lunch break, so probably got some lunch to go through. Let's go through some more of the crazy women. Did you guys find anything on the Brandy Mulligan TikTok? I don't know. All right. All right. Well, let's go to Claude here. All right. Let's go to Claude. I'm going to play devil's advocate. Dr. B, you're an actual doctor. Are you still here with us, buddy? Hurts like an MF. You're still here. That was sent 2 minutes ago. Are you still here, Dr. B? Fact check with me, Dr. B. Let's go through this. Let's go to Claude. And you're here. Thank you, Dr. B. Dr. B is an actual doctor, ladies and gentlemen. And he's a man. So that means he's an actual real doctor. All right. So my prompt was, why are some women believing that she did not do it? Okay. So 2 layers to it, the evidence they cite and the psychology underneath. The claim discrepancies fueling it all pulled apart on TikTok daily on TikTok. Her body temperature. She was reportedly 82.1 degrees Fahrenheit at the ER, and a perfusionist went viral saying actively cooling a patient to that takes longer than 15 minutes, implying the official timeline doesn't fit. Okay, so then what? So, okay, what can we infer from her body temperature being so low? That she was sitting outside. That, yes, I agree. That is very cold for a human. Yeah, because I think what the app, it's like what 96.8 degrees is normal body temperature, right? I believe it's 98.6 degrees, right? Or is it 96.8? No, I think it's 98.6. I think, yeah, 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe. And it takes a while to get that cold. I agree. So criminally, yeah, okay, see, 98, yeah, exactly, 98.6. Thank you, Dr. B, for showing the world I'm not an idiot. So what can we infer from this? That she was laying out in the cold longer? How does this prove that the husband is a killer? How does this prove the husband is a killer? Marinate on that. Forensics. Investigators found no usable fingerprints from Lindsay on the exercise bands or the knife, which many users read as someone was wearing gloves, though a state trooper explained in court that prints are very fragile and can be wiped off for many reasons. Okay. Okay. The crushed pills. Crushed medication was found in a cup of lemonade, and nurses online argue a real nurse wouldn't crush pills into an acidic drink that diminishes their efficacy. The person who did that had no medical knowledge. Okay, are we really? This is how dumb women are. I'm sorry. God, I'm turning into Myron Gaines. This is how stupid these bitches are. Buy my book. All right. So riddle me this, okay? You're telling me that a woman that was so fucking crazy that she slit her wrist, slit her neck, and jumped off the fucking balcony, admitted to doing this, she was going to stop and be like, well, actually, I'm not going to crush these pills and put them into lemonade because, as you know, the acidity in lemonade would reduce the efficacy of these pills, and therefore, this would not be a logical conclusion to come to. Like, what are we even fucking? She had a moment of sanity in the midst of insanity. Women are fucking stupid, bro. I'm sorry. That shit's fucking retarded. That's just fucking retarded. Okay. All right, let's go back here. So, the Apple Watch. Her watch sat in a nightstand drawer that police reportedly never seized, fueling minute-by-minute timeline theories. So what does that mean? What is she texting her friends like, "Hey guys, I'm going to murder my family." The husband behavior. This is an emotional court. Patrick took a solo Central America trip in February 2023, weeks after the deaths, allegedly left a cheerful review on a hiking trail. He moved to Manhattan 4 months after his children died, was photographed working out with Dr. Rachel Dennis as early as February 2024, so a year later, and married her in April 2026. Okay. Users fixate on the resemblance, asking why did he marry her doppelganger? The refrain, how do you lose 3 children and fall in love with another woman a few months later? It's called moving on. Okay. And then when I quit my job in corporate Tokyo and felt like a fucking loser with my whole life, I took a trip by myself to Okinawa. So that's really not like, what is he supposed to do? It's stay at home and just be depressed? How old were the kids? I believe it was like 8, 6, and 8 months. 8 years old, 6 years old, and 8 months old. Yes, working in Japan is extremely brutal. Extremely brutal. There's even a 2-shoe theory claiming CCTV shows different footwear at his errand stops, or that a man at CVS was actually his friend. Okay. Now the psychology, which explains why it's mostly women. I didn't ask that, but this should be interesting. Now psychology, which explains why it's mostly women. A criminologist quoted on this exact phenomenon says social media encourages rapid emotional judgments from fragments that fit an existing narrative, and growing awareness of male perpetuated domestic violence shapes how audience interpret Patrick. Layer that into millions of women have personally experienced postpartum illness, so Clancy is relatable in a way that most defendants aren't. Testimony painted her as devoted, present parent. Yeah, she was there when she killed the kids. Talk about being present. And the TikTok format invites participation in each video, an invitation to scrutinize evidence and treat the case as unsolved. When loving mother and strangled her kids can't coexist in someone's head, relocating the guilt to someone's husband who's left, remarried fast, and picked to look like resolves dissonance. The inconvenient Florida of all, Lindsay has already admitted to killing her children. Her own attorney doesn't contest that she caused the deaths, and Patrick is charged with nothing. Wow. The jury is deciding sane or insane. TikTok is litigating the case. Women are fucking stupid, bro. I have become the Brown Myron Gaines, bro. Well, bro, women are fucking. I'm sorry, dude. Women are fucking stupid. This is so fucking dumb, guys. This is why a woman needs a man in her life, like constantly being like, "Hey, don't do that. Hey, that's stupid. Hey, don't eat that. You're gonna get fat, and then you're gonna be depressed, and you're gonna do something fucking stupid." Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop it. You're being gay. You're being retarded. Okay, commence to rapture. Fucking bring it on, dude. Bring it on. Cut my head off if I get left behind. I'm not going to hell. I have a contingency plan. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, okay. I think we got something. The case might be back. Let's take a look.
Of your opinion for your testimony.
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police,
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay.
I looked at-
No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes, I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, could I, we all know what it is, could I argue this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
It's the prior
Other-
question.
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. Then the jury has copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. At the end, you can ask to pass it back to the courts. Mark that.
281.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children.
Yes.
One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Ray,
would.
could you only take that? It might be just kind of confusing with that better. Then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury. Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising.
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds. And
That's crazy. It's not letting you send a super chat. Is it because what? What's the error you're getting that you can't send? Because other people have been sending me super chats. This nigga right here sent me $50 fucking dollars. And then Dr. B sent me another $50 or another, excuse me, $10. But and then also Dr. B has been supporting me for 64 months. What is the error you're getting? I'm interested. Benito Pepolini, let me know. The shadow baiting on your channel is real. It's not letting me. Is anybody else getting blocked from sending a super chat? That's fresh news to me. I wonder if it's because I'm in Manila. But the thing is, no, because these guys send me super chats. Could it be? Are you retarded? Are you? Do we need to put you on trial? Is your brain fully functional and working? You know. Let me know.
yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
So many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound, is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And they did, those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So.
Just so you know, I think that's the first page that you have, so just.
Yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yes, so what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photographs. She then hits really head first, as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is the fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that. And then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 1, 2, 3, 4, so 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position.
Okay, listen, CA, you're fucking retard. Okay, this bitch clearly fucking did it. And the fact that her body temperature was lower, 82 whatever degrees, what the fuck? Like, how does that have anything to do with the case? So what does that mean? The husband came home. So the only theory I could come up with was, okay, so the husband said he was going to go out, but first he slit wrists of Lindsay, slit her throat, pushed her out the window. So now she's out there and bleeding out. Okay. Because that's the only way her body would get cold. We're just going to say this happened, right? And then he goes in the house and kills all the kids, strangles them out. And then he leaves and he goes to get the takeout food that she instructed him to get. And then he stops by CVS as well. And then he comes back and he plays the victim. That's what you're saying? Her form was bad. It was bad. Oh, man. What sucks is I'm bedridden for the next month because I got clipped by a car when I was walking across the street and they kept going. So my knees fucked up. My elbows fucked. No way. No way. Okay. So then, all right. So it messes with the timeline of how long he could have been out running errands. Okay. So then why does she admit to doing it? Okay. Why does she admit to doing it? then. That is the hole in your logic. You see, you think you cannot make logical sense of a clear murder story. Therefore, because you cannot make logical sense in it, you're pointing at variables outside of this linear progression that don't make sense according to your logic. And you're saying because of this outside X factor, and I don't understand the linear logic of the law, the timeline of the fucking events of being happened. Therefore, this cannot make sense. But again, why would she admit to doing it then? And why does her attorney also admit that she did it? She doesn't actually recall doing it. Then why did her attorney go on the record as her attorney and said she did it? Oh no. Was it a woman driver? Alyssa Lee wants to know, was it a woman driver, Iron Patriot? Iron Patriot, was it a woman driver that hit you? Does he think the woman deeply loves her ex-husband still, so she wants to save him from the public ridicule and judicial punishment? That would be the only motivation for her life. Makes no sense, yeah. I'm just telling you about the other side of the story that's being talked about. Yes, it's being talked about by a bunch of fucking idiots, and I'm sorry to tell you, you might be one of them, sweetheart, because this doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. She does recall it. She doesn't want to admit it. Dr. Millens is not available. She is out. I'm sending her inappropriate text messages now.
Chest spine is fractured. That has totally disrupted the thermal.
Dr. B, are you there? Let me know. We need some doctor interpretation.
So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph.
Oh, I'm gonna rewind this. I think this doctor is gonna prove that you're stupid in real time, CA. And I love you, sweetie. You know I'm just busting your balls. Okay, let's listen.
She had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. It's documenting all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body.
There it is.
And to approach ambient temperature.
There it is.
There she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it. which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you
Iron Patriot, this was in Massachusetts. This was in the great state of Massachusetts. Go Patriots. Tom Brady's the GOAT. Fuck his ex-wife for being a whore. But yeah, there you go, CA. Hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but you're officially a dumbass. You know I love you. Anyways, I'm just joking. You're a really smart girl. But yeah, don't see, this is what happens when you read stupid shit. It influences you. Dr. B, do you agree with the pathologist, the forensic pathologist that just said she was laying on the frozen ground in January in Massachusetts? So for the ground to be frozen, it has to be at least what? 36 degrees Fahrenheit? Is that what I know it's 0 degrees in Celsius. Is it 36 degrees is freezing in Fahrenheit? All this international travel has fucking fried my brain between the imperial system and the metric system. But I do believe it's 36 degrees Fahrenheit for something to be freezing. Oh, 32. There you go. I was in the ballpark. I'm only 4 degrees off for being smart. I got the body temperature thing right. But anyways, just regardless of that, right? Thank you, Wicked World. Thank you, Only Tyra Paul. 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Cool. So even lower than the body temperature. And then the thing is, too, the thoracic breaking of her spine, that's like across the chest, right? I believe so. Let me double check. But I believe it's thoracic spine is, yes, it is the chest area. I will pull it up here for the chat as well. So when they talk about the thoracic spine injury occurring, right? So this is where Lindsay fractured her spinal cord in the thoracic area. And so that's why she's paralyzed from there downwards. And this also, because the spine was broken, now the connection to the lower half of the body is severed through the spinal cord. And then what that means is the body was not able to regulate its temperature. And yeah, that's usually a traumatic injury. It's hard to fracture it. Yeah, she fell straight down on her head. You know, they said she planted like this and then jumped out head straight down and boom, you know, broke it on frozen ground. You know, I have fallen on ice, and let me tell you something. Falling on ice sucks. Has anybody fallen on ice? I think it hurts 10 times worse because I'm a Florida man, right? Ice is my weakness. And you know, if I was like a Pokemon, you'd have to fucking kill me with ice. That's my weakness. But yeah, falling down on ice really sucks. So I can only imagine falling 13 feet head first onto frozen ground. That would suck. Yeah, Dr. B says that does check out. So, yeah, honestly, the more I hear about this bitch too, it's just, I am starting to feel sorry for her because she's clearly a crazy fucking psychopath. Maybe that's why, you know, I should get my head checked out. I don't know.
She probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
Now I am on Lindsay's side because there's a fat woman on the prosecution. This fat woman. Now, listen, CA, I am officially on team Lindsay Clancy because this fat fucking bitch is the prosecution. Your Honor, I would like to join the defense of Miss Clancy because I hate fat women.
To the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No, let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs
go
here.
ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show them. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
Your Honor, I would like to show a picture of a salad to the fat woman in order to mentally distract her and to inflict some pain on her.
Showing you here, photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
No swelling, correct?
Oh, we just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head?
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct.
And she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
What is this fat bitch trying to do? Do we have a lawyer in the chat that can decipher this for me? I know lifting lawyer, but you're like money lawyer.
Yes, we're just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1682.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Just listening to that makes me uncomfortable. That alone makes me want to stop the live stream right there. This is the defense right here.
/2010 0413A. Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
This guy looks like Rolo with his new haircut.
Who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, and so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked.
Get it together, fatty.
Unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds.
That is
and
true.
Then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was.
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right,
Defense can follow up.
hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
This guy doing a good job as a man, calming these women from chimping out. And why do we have a female security guard in the corner? What is this bitch gonna do? We got a fat guy and a fucking woman who's like 5'4". What are you guys gonna do? But I guess this woman's in a wheelchair, so she's not going anywhere.
Strangulation or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure if you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
Yeah, I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that it's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all 3, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
No, yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous
pressure.
With continuous pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual
How many bitches at home are watching this right now who have fucking thought about killing their kids or hate their kids, and now they're watching this chick crying in court, not getting away with it? Cry more, bitch. You're saving fucking lives right now.
Stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe.
Facts.
And then so you go
Facts.
unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds.
She's
but then
reliving
with
it.
Continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go.
Love you too, Iron Patriot. Take care. And then Benito Peppolini, real quick, bro. Thank you. You figured out the super chat. $6.99. Don't scare me like that, bro. I'm about to strangle myself with some ventricular strangulation, whatever she was saying. Here's some money for the algo. Make sure you spend it on a good snack. Love you, bro. Don't say I'm shadow banned when I'm not. You're going to have me fucking chimp out, and then you're going to see a fucking court case of me, how I strangled myself because I thought it was fucking super chat or shadow banned.
Complete one-time immediate non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause, brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain. But the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Great.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied.
All right, guys, we need to figure this out. Why is the prosecution okay, hold on. I asked AI. Our AI overlord has proven itself once again. Okay, let's go back to this. I said the prosecutor is arguing that there should be lacerations on the top of the head of Clancy, even there isn't. Why? It's an impeachment play. Here's the chest behind it. The witness you're watching, the pathologist, is Dr. Elizabeth Laposada, a forensic pathologist testifying for the defense who reviewed Clancy's medical records and said her spinal injury was consistent with a head-first landing. Specifically, Reddington's graphics showed Lindsay jumping out of the window first, landing on her head and suffering a Jefferson fraction. That's a burst fracture of the C1 vertebrae at the very top of the neck, and the classic injury from force driven straight down through the crown of the skull, like diving into shallow water. Why the defense loves that. Nobody fakes a head first dive from a second story. A genuine head first exit means genuine intent to die, which supports the psychotic break narrative. And that's exactly what the prosecution can't allow. Got it. No wonder this fat bitch is being so unfair. Clearly this bitch is crazy as fuck, guys. I mean, that's duh. Like, open and shut case, Johnson, you know? But prosecutors Sprague and Buckingham's theory is that Clancy planned the murders and faked a suicide attempt. Oh, okay. But they just want a fucking case. That's all it is. So the prosecutor's logic on the cross is if her head hit the ground hard enough to shadow the top of her spine, the crown of her head, the point of impact should show damage. Lacerations, abrasions, a hematoma, skull fracture, something. The records show nothing on top of her head. Therefore, the prosecutor wants the jury to infer the head first landing is fiction. Okay, that's fat and sloppy like the fucking prosecutor. Because just because they dive head first doesn't mean they're necessarily going to perfectly land head first, right? And the hair was covering the head as well. She could have lacerations under. Lawyers are very manipulative in that sense. She actually went the head first land. Okay, therefore, prosecutor wanted injury further. She went out feet first or lowered herself in a controlled, self-protective way, which fixed staged attempt and sanity. Note her other documented injuries help the story too. The ER doctor wouldn't characterize the lacerations as deep. A thoracic spine fracture is textbook for a feet first fall. Interesting. Where force travels up through the legs into the mid back. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. I mean, either or, even if she's not crazy, she's still fucking crazy because she killed the fucking kids, dude. Okay. Unless her husband threw her out, like all the TikTok geniuses think, right? The absence of an expected injury is being used as affirmative evidence, and it doubles as an attack on La Posada's credibility, since she's the same expert whose dog bite testimony and the Karen Reed trial was controversially and ultimately disallowed. For what it's worth, a pathologist has a real counter available. Lacerations require an edge or hard, irregular surface, a blunt axial impact into yielding ground. A frozen January lawn cushioned by hair and scalp can transmit cushioning force down through the spine without splitting the skin. A Jefferson fracture itself is a signature of a top of head loading, so it's less medical slam dunk than a direct persuasion of head first sound. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense now. So they're trying to discredit the witness, is what they're trying to do here. Interesting.
I know we always say it, but we'll be in a short recess. Come soon as we can get the equipment down, we'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness. Okay.
All right, great. So they're gonna have a recess. Perfect, because I want to show you some shit that I just found. Look at this fat bitch laughing. What are you laughing at, you jolly fucking monster? You jolly beige giant. Okay, so I want to show you something, guys. This is what you're about to see is pretty disturbing. So, guys, look, if women don't have a man, if women don't have a strong man in their life, consistently telling her, shut the fuck up, stop being so fucking stupid, just go home, read the fucking Bible, don't eat too much, go cook something in the fucking fridge, you cook in the kitchen, try not to burn the fucking stove down, okay? The moment you start thinking women are equal to men is the beginning of the end for your fucking logic, all right? And so what I'm going to show you right now is extremely fucking disgusting. And she's fat, and she's white, and she's a woman, right? Strike 1, 2, and 3, all right? So this account was deleted, but take a look at this, okay? A woman posted this, and she just wrote the word same, Lindsay, okay? And that's her profile picture, Courage and Chaos, and this is who she actually is.
Indicated further on into her travels, I am completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right? Correct. I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection. Clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right? Correct. I always feel strongly against sleep training. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry and not respond. But I made the decision. I did it with Cal. It is way too much crying. It's incredibly stressful. She wrote that, right? Correct. He's okay. He will be okay. It's not harmful in any way. The doctor said it was okay. Plenty of people sleep train their kids at that age. It's necessary as a third child, is what she wrote, right? Correct. I feel correct.
Let's, Your Honor, I would like to point out Exhibit A here, Your Honor. Okay, so the court of hot dude is in session. Okay, so Your Honor, first of all, I would like to point out that this woman is of Caucasian descent. Okay, so her insanity is certainly implied. Secondly, Your Honor, she's fat. Okay, which shows that she's lazy. Okay, and if you're lazy, you're probably stupid because everybody knows being lazy is a stupid thing to do. All right. And third, Your Honor, I would like to say that this woman here set up the camera in front of herself and then put down the vacuum or the carpet cleaning device in front of her, as you can see, attempting to be a good woman by getting on her knees and cleaning. But as you can see, she's crying for the camera. I'm assuming she then took the footage of her crying, reviewed it, and said, okay, this is a good enough clip of me crying. Allow me to put this together with all of the other pieces of evidence of my apparent misery that I am fabricating a case upon here. And I'm going to upload this. I'm going to review this, and I'm going to film this. I'm going to double check my filming. And then I'm going to edit this all together in a video collage. And then I'm going to put some captions on it. And then I'm going to post it. This will probably take me a bare minimum of 30 to 40 minutes, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is a crazy bitch. Send her to the gulags. Okay. Yeah, the Incredible. Exactly. He says, house paid for, excuse me. House paid for a man that works all day. How depressing. Pure evil is right. Crazy work. And this is exactly what she was. The man saved her from herself, but I know this woman's past. Your Honor, we have a streetwalker. We have a streetwalker, 100% confirmed. Okay. And let's just continue.
Is what she wrote, right? Correct. I feel incredibly sad and guilty about not breastfeeding anymore. That was the one thing I could do to help his immune system, and I can tell
she's literally singing and dancing.
He really doesn't like the formula. I'm very sad about this. I know
you're tired because you're fat and you're not exercising and you're eating shit because I can tell you're eating shit because you're so fucking fat. Guys, by the way, let me tell you something. Women in Asia, women in Japan, women in Korea, they don't get gigantically fat when they're pregnant. Like this whole excuse that Western women say, oh, I need to gain 700 fucking pounds because I'm pregnant. Like, no, you're fat and out of control is what you are. You are an out of control wildebeest of a human being. And yikes, bro. Because look, Layla Hormozi is pregnant right now. And Layla is still like incredibly fucking attractive as she is currently pregnant. Okay, let me show you what Layla looks like. Okay, Layla Hormozi is the wife of Alex Hormozi. These are the people who own acquisition.com. That is Layla Hormozi on the right-hand side there. She is pregnant. Okay. She's a fit woman. She still exercises. Okay. There she is eating healthy. Look at what's in front of Layla. Look what she's eating. She has some fruit. These eggs are probably hers as well because Hormozi has a mountain of food in front of him. Look what she's eating. She has some chopped chicken, avocado, looks like some grilled beef or something there. A little bit of a muffin or bun on the right-hand side and eggs. The only, quote, unhealthy thing you can see there is the cinnamon roll, right? But she is pregnant. And, like, literally, eggs healthy, salad healthy, roll, arguably, whatever, not necessarily the most healthy thing, but she's only eating a little bit out of it so far, and the fruit, and then the cinnamon roll. Okay. So she is preggo. I think there's another shot here too. Was it? No, this is. Look at her. She is like arguably still hot, even though she's pregnant. She is arguably hot. Like, yes, I go, she's pregnant, right? But like, she is a hot pregnant woman. So you do not need to balloon up into a fat, disgusting monstrosity. That is an indicator of you being a fat, disgusting monstrosity of a person. So let's go back to this fat, disgusting monstrosity here.
At this time, it's what I needed to do for my mental health. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And then the statement started getting smaller and smaller as time went by. One occasion, it's like I'm desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone. My mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me. My mind never shuts off. It's constantly thinking of the next thing someone needs. I can't shut it off. I desperately want to go back to work, but now I don't know how I'm going to function, and it worries me. Wrote that, right?
Correct.
There were two consecutive or 2 pages that were blank that she didn't even write on. And then on the third entry, affirmations. She wrote affirmations. On November 22nd of 2022, I am calm. I will remain calm today. There is nothing that needs to be on my mind. The weight is lifted from my mind. I will sleep tonight. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
Continuing on into November, I slept well last night. I will sleep again tonight. Today will be a great day. I will go back to work on Sunday. I will thrive. I can feel like myself again. That was November 23rd. She wrote that, right?
I believe that's the day, yes.
Gratitude. I'm grateful for Sue, who's always listening. That'd be a mother-in-law. You knew that, right?
Yes.
Sue, I'm grateful to Sue for always listening and trying her best to help me. Kids are sleeping great for Pat. Pat is handling nighttime stuff. Julie for making a plan for me. A big thing is I feel disconnected with myself. Time, reality. I think going back to work will help with that. She wrote that, right?
What was this fat monstrosity of a Godzilla-sized woman even thinking when she posted this? Is her shit even up? Courage, and I'm telling you, the username tells you everything you need to know about a woman. Courage and chaos. Let's see. Could she stop posting herself? The only, like, and look, this is the biggest crime right here. That woman that we just had to share a moment of misery looking at her together, this here is what she's advertising that she looks like. You do not look like that. You have never looked like that. There are a massive amount of filters on this photo. You are a fat liar. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What are we even doing? I'm in complete disbelief, to be honest with you. All right, looks like the court is back. Let's see.
Name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Zeizel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Yes.
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you
But they can,
referring to regarding
I
testing?
believe
so this test
that they can refer you to a psychiatrist who then does give you the pills. They can't write the actual prescription, but they can say, I believe you should take XYZ. Dr. B, am I right or wrong on that? But I believe that the psychologists also do push the drugs. They just can't prescribe the actual paper for you to go down to the clinic to get your fucking drugs.
Deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing.
Told
That's
you
the
I'm
integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5 TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample the size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp, let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a case.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multiphasic personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection. Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
looks like they are now bringing on a psychologist. So it seems to me, based upon what AI was telling me, that they're just trying to prove that she's actually sane and not crazy. So it looks like this guy is next. Alyssa, Alyssa Lee, are you actually a woman, first of all? Because you're writing some pretty savage shit. Only China can save these women. Uyghur style re education camps, radical weight loss, no screens, just hard works in the rice fields. I feel like you're a man pretending to be a woman. No woman is this based. And if you are this based, there is no way you are like mega hot. No offense if you are a woman. But are you a man pretending to be a woman? That's what I think is this. This is like, like the guys when you like play fucking like, some MMO online and you like your character's a woman. Dude, guys even fucking simp online. Do you guys know that? If you play an MMO and you're a female character, some guys just walk up to you and like give you rare items. And so other guys pretend to be women in the game so they can get fucking free items. It's genius, actually. I would probably play as a bitch just to fucking pretend. But I hate women so much, I probably wouldn't. Oh, see, I knew it. This is my ex-girlfriend login. I need to get my own. Keep masquerading as a woman. I feel like this tea has gone sour. I've been drinking it. Ugh, I'm gonna die. I got this like probably almost 2 weeks ago. August 4th is when I got this. It's now August 19th. Well, it was nice knowing you guys. I was so thirsty that I couldn't even taste how fucking rotten it was. I will drink my 5 gallons of water now. Don't mind me. Well, I sent an invite to Dr. Mellons, and in typical female fashion, she's late. Dr. Mellons, you can't do anything right. I'm going to start calling you some slurs. At 2:51 a.m., she said 30 minutes or less. So it is now 3:21 a.m. Therefore, it is 30 minutes. So you're a liar. You are a liar.
So, Doctor,
right, we're back.
Let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered?
Did you say Dr. Mellons is trying to tease me? Dr. Mellons is 50 years old. There is nothing she can tease me with. Okay. There's nothing. I'm literally dealing with women less than half of her age. More than half of her age. Right? Ugh. Oh, I'm starting to lose some steam here. It's 3:30.
Based upon your review
See how long I can go.
The discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty
This
as
is
to
true.
whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating.
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth, with the exception of Nantucket, because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice.
Oh, that's funny. I know what that means.
Done work
it's German.
with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I would be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, TIC, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people more or less in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received.
All right, it looks like they're just building up his credibility. I want to show some other stuff I'm looking at online as well, just to prove that you guys need to stop being afraid of women. This is like when you're afraid to, like, how I'm tying this into dating is to give you guys the red pill about women, okay? You being afraid of women is like you being afraid of a chihuahua. Like, even if a chihuahua bites you, okay, it's not going to kill you. It's a fucking chihuahua, right? And when you're afraid to cold approach women, the key thing is you're just afraid. And because you're afraid, you're over exaggerating in your head the probability of something bad happening. You're maximizing it. But the key thing you just need to understand is that you're just a coward. That's the bottom line. And you need to truly come to terms with the cowardice in your heart. And I know it's hard because everybody has to overcome this stuff. I overcame this stuff, right? And it is very hard. But this demon will continue to haunt you and destroy your life because cowardice bleeds into all areas of your life. So if you don't put your foot down and you don't fucking actually stand up and do what you believe you want to do, which is going to talk to that pretty girl, this will bleed over to all the other parts of your life in a positive way. So if you actually have the balls to go do cold approach, which a lot of people don't, right? People are saying, oh, cold approach is dead in 2026. No, it is not. It has never worked for you because you're a fucking nerd. Okay, cold approach is not dead. Cold approach will never be dead, right? When you have the courage to walk up to a woman and make the pitch, to shoot your shot, when eventually you do start to get success, what's going to happen is you're going to start thinking, wow, what else can I do with my life? What other things are possible because I believed that something could happen and I tried and I made it happen. You saw a beautiful woman. You made your shot. You shot your shot. And you had a win. That's what happened to me. I mastered women at a young age. And then I thought, I've had so much tremendous success with women. Like, what if I were able to solve another problem? Because initially just didn't have the quality of sex life that I wanted. So I worked on it and I solved the problem. Guys, I'm sexed out these days. I'm so sexed out. Like, I have like a million fucking opportunities to talk to girls left and right, right? And I'm just so like, it's not interesting. It is not interesting. What interests is me helping you guys out, right? That's what is interesting to me. And so what I wanted to do next was I just hated waking up early for work. I fucking just hated it. I thought to myself, what if I was able to make a job or something where I could just make money on my schedule? I was like, well, let me think. Are other people doing it? Yes. So therefore, I should be able to do it, right? Just simple logic. But the thing is, when you limit yourself and you put these limits on yourself and you start making up these excuses, oh, she wouldn't like me because of this. Oh, she wouldn't like me because of that. You don't know unless you go and talk to her. And even if she rejects you, you don't really know why she rejected you. So you might think, oh, it's because I'm short. Or if you're like one of these look smacks or faggots, right? You'd be like, oh, it's because my medial rack or fucking eye bone, concave, convexical, whatever, is misaligned. No, it's because you're a fucking weasel. It's because you're a worm. It's because you have no confidence in yourself. She can see right through you. That's why she's rejecting you. And no amount of facial mutilation is going to change that. That's why when I look at clavicular, I just see a bitch. I just see a young pussy. A kid that I could walk up to, slap him in the face, and he'll do nothing about it. And you don't think women don't see this too? Women are looking for security. And you know how they find security? They look for security through strength, through physical strength, through height. That's what they like, tall guys, because they fucking little chimpanzee brains think, oh, okay, like this guy's tall, he can protect me, right? Emotional strength, character. That is the big difference. When you don't make the approaches, you push yourself down. You limit yourself down. You're like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not possible. It's not worthy. But when you try, you're like, I'm going to try. I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to fucking try. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to figure out a way because other people can do it. Therefore, I can do it. And it opens you up. You see what I'm saying? So when you are constantly beating yourself down and talking shit to yourself, oh, I'm not good enough. Oh, I don't want to do cold approach. Oh, I don't want to do this. You're just destroying yourself. You're destroying your life. But when you decide, hey, that's a beautiful woman, I think I'm worthy of her. Let me go just talk to her as I am. Sure, you can make some improvements. We all can. But the most important improvement that you make is you got to try. And that's the key component that opens your life up to a whole new world of wonders. Okay? You might be the only dude calling it straight and clout. Even Sneeko seems to softball for something because Sneeko wants clout. I know Sneeko too. I know all these fucking kids. Sneeko's just a fucking kid, bro. Sneeko is just a fucking kid who's unsure of himself. I spent time with Sneeko. Sneeko came to my house. Sneeko met my fucking mom. All right. Came to my house, came to my apartment in Tokyo. Look on this channel. I have an interview with when I did Sneeko. The thumbnail says everybody loves Sneeko, and me and Sneeko did a fucking interview. I showed him around a bunch of places in Tokyo. I showed him a good restaurant we went to. We went to the Kill Bill restaurant. We went to the fucking fish restaurant in Meguro where you fish the fish and pull it out. I took him to Akihabara, the fucking nerd electric town. I showed that kid all around. You know? What do I get as repayment? As soon as I fucking no longer like, because I was popping off massively viral at the time and I didn't realize he's a clout jacker. But when my little clout fucking bubble popped, I tried hitting him up, trying to hang out. Nothing. What a fucking rat. But it's all good. I beat Sneeko up, and so it's good. We had a good spar. Yeah, I took him to a private fucking gym. We trained, we sparred, we had a good time. Hey MLD, I saw your fatflation presentation. Loved it. I heard you saying Roland Tomasi stealing your work and giving wrong advice or something along those lines. I'm new to the red pill. Would love to know. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you some fucking. You want to see? I'll point out Rollo's little fucking rat nature, little fucking weasel. I'm glad all the hair is falling out of his head from the steroids. Here, I'll show you exactly. Might as well. We're just having a fucking chip out stream anyways. Vitamin Rollo Tomasi. Okay. Take a look. This is a clip from a podcast. What can a man do to become more sexually attractive?
what is the non-natural? Because I know when you use the word both, like you say you're available, you're single.
As far as sexual market value is concerned,
like you say you're available, you're single, okay, and you're in a marketplace right now, and you're like, listen, maybe you're at not at the best place career-wise. You're kind of trying to get it together. Maybe you're trying to make a comeback, and maybe you're a woman who's 34 years old, and you're single. And your last relationship didn't work out. Maybe you're a single mother right now, and you left your husband, or vice versa, right? You're by yourself. What can that person do to increase their market value to be attractive to the opposite sex?
Very easy for men. There's 3 core aspects, and really 4 if you think about it. There's make muscles, make money, and learn game. And in terms of game, I mean like social skills that a lot of guys, by the way, are very lacking these days. And then as the 4th part of that is hold frame. Like, so once you have built that world,
Notice how he fumbled his way through that, right? Because it's not he didn't come up with that shit. When I joined the Red Man group, when I joined Rule Zero, right? None of these guys were in the fucking field. Rich is not in the field. Roll is not in the field. Donovan was not in the field. Okay? Rhinestone's wife made him get the vaccine. None of these guys were in the field. And we were talking about this, and then they had no fucking recipe. I was like, I bit my tongue because I was the new guy, right? I bit my tongue because I was the new guy. But then they were asking me, I was like, yeah, motherfuckers, money, muscles, game. Make money, make muscles, learn game. That was a big 3 when it comes to getting pussy. And then I realized later, in about 2022, at the beginning of 2022, I added hold frame. And if you look at this clip right here, let's go back to it. Okay. When was this? February 10th, 2022. Right on time. And then you look at the first comment. Shout out to me. Money, muscles, game, frame. Okay. So he doesn't Rolo breaks it down like a master professor. Okay. Yeah. Stolen valor. Stolen fucking valor. Right? So, yeah. It's all good, though. It's all good. And in true minority fashion, you're late, Grandma. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's going on with you? Are you watching this crazy shit?
Only on TikTok.
Okay. So do you have another stupid female opinion, or do you think she did it?
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Oh, great.
Okay, no.
Great.
This is just obviously I do not know. I have not fact checked anything. Okay. So it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. But this is just what the TikToks told me. Okay. They said, so some things that, maybe we can look into to see if there's any validity.
Okay. Hold on. Before you say anything. So chat, we already know we've debunked all the TikTok stuff. So let's see where this female brain takes us. All right, Dr. Mellons, go ahead.
Okay. One of the TikToks said that she was completely unconscious when she went to, I guess, the hospital or whatever. So she couldn't have said that she did it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The other one said that it's not the sisterhood. I don't like these people. I don't know them. Shut up. So like, I don't know. Like if you're unconscious, you technically can't talk. If that's true, but we don't know. Okay. The next one is he's the one who said she said it. So that's what we're basing it off of. And she was unconscious and her blood pressure was super low. So people. Who,
Wait. No. Facts. We need facts. Blood
Okay.
pressure is super low. What do you mean? What are we talking about here? Do you know what you're talking about? You're just making this up.
Maybe it was the pressure, temperature. Something was like 83-ish, which is
Okay.
supposedly like, bad.
Yeah. So okay. So can you extrapolate on that? So her body temperature was actually recorded at 82 degrees Fahrenheit. You're correct. And 98.6 degrees is the normal homeostasis for the human body. So how does that prove she didn't fucking do it?
Because it seems like she was drugged.
What drug lowers your body temperature?
I'm not one of these people. I don't go around drugging people.
Do you know that when you're admitted to the hospital, they do a toxicology report on you?
Did they?
Yes. She is
So
a
you just-
doctor. She is the doctor. Dr. Mellon. Your name is messed up. It says Cat. I'll fix it for you.
My God.
Nate, I got you. Go ahead. So, okay, the body temperature is lower. Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is you know how I feel about nurses, right?
Yeah.
Do you? Like
Yes.
reiterate it back to me so I can confirm. You get my nurse.
Your PhD stands for pretty hot dumb. Okay, that's what your PhD is for.
Okay. So basically, the sisterhood of nurses, they're all thoughts. They're all like
Yes.
those mean girls that are like very catty, very they hate each other. They're
Yeah.
very highly competitive. They're highly narcissistic. And I
Mhm.
say this with many women that I know that are
Mhm.
nurses. I love
Mhm.
them, but I know what they are.
Yes.
Okay. So they go there for one reason only, and that is to have access to nerdy men who became doctors so they can
Right.
manipulate weak, nerdy men to pay their bills and way through life, which I respect. Okay.
Yeah. Agreed.
They have a plan. They know what they're doing and they're going for it. Like, so you know what? Look, life is hard. It's a game.
Yes. And,
Okay.
and life is harder
Love
if you're a retarded woman.
Yeah.
True.
Anyway, and yeah, maybe some do it to steal drugs. So she has a point. She knows.
True. True.
Okay, so there is that. The other thing is, I have personal stories from multiple nurses throughout my life telling me things that are
Mhm.
should be that okay. They are crimes, basically.
Right.
So these
Yes.
people, they're not. They're not good people. Okay.
You look like a Middle Eastern Elaine from Star Wars from Seinfeld. Go ahead.
Oh,
Continue.
Look,
Yeah. Go ahead.
trying something. Okay. Just-
Iron Patriot wants to know what does this have to do with the case?
because I'm talking about nurses. These are nurses.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So it's a group of mean girls, right? Consisting of female doctors, female nurses. I don't know what kind of different types of nurses and nurse practitioners, let's say, and maybe an anesthesiologist, whatever. They're all the women in the medical field. I'm going to lump them
Mhm.
all together as nurses. Okay.
Cool.
So these type of women, they are highly ambitious, dog eat dog. They will destroy the competition.
Mhm.
And they will rally together to destroy specific women that they don't like, that they feel won, right?
Mhm.
One of the things nurses do not like is another one of theirs that they feel that they were better than, either like attractiveness or whatever it is, right?
Mhm.
And then she gets married and she gets the kids and the family. They hate that. There's a vitriol there, right? So this is a real thing that happens. This guy, I'm not saying he did it or he didn't do it. I'm just saying it seems like there's a team of witches, these nurse witches around the situation, manipulating the situation. And when you saw there was that one witch, female doctor that went up there and she was saying something like she was just like not answering the questions right. And she was just like, you immediately got
Kind of like you right now.
I don't care about these people. But these people know each other. They all know each other. And I don't care about
Go ahead.
No, like
No, I said you said she's not answering the questions right, and now we're on to TikTok witches from nurses, and I just wanted to know about the body temperature. Tell me, how does the body temperature mean her husband did it?
that it was some sort of drug that can like put you unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're like I don't know, before you go into surgery, like you're out of it. They can move you around. That type of thing.
And so he drugged her, and then
it was him. I don't know what it is.
So somebody drugged her.
A witch, maybe.
Okay, so a potential witch drugged her.
Yes.
Her body temperature dropped, and then who killed the kids?
Probably the witch too, and then probably the dude comes in and he sees this stuff, and then she's like, "You're with me now. You got to help me clean this up."
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
Okay. As I was saying, so this band of banshee.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
That was me shooting you. That. Are you done?
No, I'm getting started. All right.
Oh my god.
Like, this is allegedly, in my opinion, in my mind.
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
Are you done?
All right, go. Go.
Just let me hear me out. All right. So this band of banshee witches, they hate her because she ascended to become like a wife and mother. So they hate her. So they work on the guy because guys are so easy. You just throw some poon at them. You can get them to do whatever you want. Let's be honest here.
Right.
So they throw some
That's
poon
what
at
you did in
this-
the past.
Shut up. No, I didn't have to do that. Anyway, so they throw some poon at him. He's putty, right? Because he's had the same for a few years now. He's weak. He was probably a nerd. Look up pictures of him in high school. If he was a nerd, this is going to check out. I'm telling you. If he's a nerd, and finally now the cool girls that always treated him like shit, now they're like all giving him attention. Okay. Can you guys let me just say it? Just give me a chance. Okay. So this band of banshees, they get together. Look, this guy wasn't cool in high school. Case closed.
Kind of like your husband.
No, he was hot as hell. I'm sorry. No. If I showed you a picture of him, you'd cry. He's so beautiful. But I can't show pictures of him anymore. We don't want the banshees to know.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So this poor dork, right?
Your husband or this guy?
This guy. We're talking about this guy.
Okay.
This poor dork finally gets some from one of these snobby, popular, cool girls that wouldn't like look his way all through his life. She gets him. She controls him. Maybe she's a terrible like wife and mother. We don't know. Maybe she's a great one, right? Terrible, whatever it is. But the other women are jealous. And I will tell you some real stories after this to prove my point. That is not me speaking out of my ass. All right. And then they manipulate this dude. Let's get rid of her and her spawn. We don't like her. We'll help you. You deserve better. You know, whatever they got to say to stroke his dorky ego. And then he's all in. So then these witches get together and they get rid of the kids. They try to get rid of her. Something goes wrong. She doesn't die. She ends up in the hospital. Right? And then all the witches band together and say, no, she said this, she did this, or no, I didn't think anything wrong, or whatever, or we didn't test for that, or whatever. And then it just looks like they're covering it up because they're probably covering up, in my opinion.
Okay, so this is just a textbook example of what I was telling the guys earlier, that when women are like, chimping out like you right now and just saying retarded shit, you have to say, shut the fuck up. What you're saying is incredibly fucking stupid. You have made no logical sense whatsoever. And the temperature stuff was literally just debunked in the court case, and the women have been completely shut down. So the reason her body temperature went to 82 degrees Fahrenheit is because she had a thoracic laceration of her spine. And once that happens, the deregulation of the body temperature from the laceration and downwards begins. In addition to that, she was laying on the frozen ground in January. No, don't cut me off. No, shut up. I'm not finished. Hold on. Okay. So, emphasis on the word shutting up. All right. So, she dove out the fucking window head first, smashed her head, ended up causing a fracture of her spine from the blunt force impact, and then that caused the deregulation of the body temperature. In addition to that, she was laying on the frozen ground in Massachusetts in January in the middle of winter.
Okay, well, that's not what TikTok told me.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you that you're a moron, and TikTok is wrong. Okay. So, but I wanted to prove a point that women are retarded. So thank you so much for being on today's episode. But yeah, we were looking at some of the chat too, and these chicks are nuts, bro. Like, honestly speaking, the fact that American women are rallying around the family. Do you believe that the parents of this woman deserve $900,000, which the GoFundMe has now raised?
I mean, a GoFundMe is just a way for anyone to raise.
Snake, are you okay?
Yeah, it's a yes or no answer.
Anyone to raise money from dumb people. If there's that many dumb people, they deserve it. I'm sorry.
Right. So it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I think the case is still running. It is. There's 83,000 people watching. Look, take a look. Let's listen.
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations.
Disorganized thinking.
Psychoses, hear voices.
Shut up. I watched TikTok. I didn't see this trial. Not for 1 minute.
Get a glass of water. Benevolent. You're a good person. Keep it up. Or malevolent. Threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible. And
so she's schizophrenic?
You believe those voices?
No,
I
don't know.
McLean Hospital, what medication was she taking or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your
You know, a
opinion,
fun
is it
fact
an
is you can
individual
get
that would
auditory
refer to postpartum
hallucinations
psychosis?
from taking antibiotics, like up to a year later.
Really? I've had auditory hallucinations before. You know, I've heard shit that I know I didn't hear, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm going to try and bring a man on.
How dare
It's okay. No, you proved an excellent point. I think so many guys got red pilled from your witch theory. Thank you.
This ranked as 4 o'clock. So it's a
Well,
good
can I
time
tell
to-
you my real story of nurses?
No, hold on.
So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning.
Oh, it's over.
Our schedule.
All right, go ahead. What's your retarded story?
Okay. So when I was a young, I don't know, college student, whatever, one of my friends was
So about 20 years ago, because you're 50.
100 years ago, right?
25-ish, because you're 50. So
Shut
about what?
I am 25 forever.
So about 29 years ago, because 50 minus 29 is 21. So, okay, go ahead. 29 years ago.
Okay. One of my friends was a nurse, and she was talking about.
All right, okay, go. That's my new thing. I'm loving it.
Okay, so there was this guy in her department that he got a job where he was making over $600K a year, right?
Uh-huh.
He's a skinny nerd, complete dork. You could tell, like, awkward. And she goes to me, he married one of the nurses a couple years ago. They have 4 boys, right?
She's got that child support locked in.
No, but they're married at this point.
Right.
So,
But I'm
married.
saying if she were to take the exit, she's got 4 lifetime or 4 18-year payments, give or take.
Sure. But she wasn't planning on leaving. So this is the
Okay.
thing. So this girl is a younger nurse, not as attractive as the other nurse, but the other nurse is older, past 4 kids, whatever. So she's like, I can steal him from this chick now because she's older, she has kids. I'm young and hot still. So she literally went to become a nurse to try to find guys that she calls easy marks, dorks, that have a lot of money, and like maybe they didn't get much play.
Yeah. Most guys don't.
And it's back then they did, but there was a few.
No,
nerds.
still. See, this is again female stupidity live and just on display, gentlemen. No, most guys do not get
Even
pussy.
30 years ago,
Yes,
60s, 70s, 80s.
100%.
Most people were not virgins.
Most people
look at
were
the age
not.
statistics.
Listen, I think it's something around like 40% of men don't procreate.
Not procreate, but I'm just saying, just get some.
True, I agree, but you have to understand that like there is a percentage of those guys who are not getting any.
I'm sure there's always some that don't get any, but more people were getting it than now.
Okay, I'll give that to you.
Okay. So she's like, I can steal him, whatever. So she starts putting the feelers out, starts saying, your wife is so lazy. And then he makes a comment about her wanting to donate something to a charity. And then she starts going, of your hard-earned money, I can't believe you would let her do that. She doesn't respect you. She doesn't do this or whatever. And all this stuff, like manipulating him little by little and like touching his arm and getting closer. And then it gets to the point where he's finally like, oh, I'm going to leave my wife for this younger chick. And she's like telling me about all the money she's going to get and how like she's going to manipulate him to like take his sons off the will or whatever so that her kids with him can get everything. And like she's going to get rid of them. She's going to move him to another state so he doesn't have access to his kids as much. So then they resent him and they want nothing to do with him. And then she can manipulate them because they'll be further away. Like this is diabolical shit. This is nurses, okay?
It is.
This is nurses. So she's like planning all this stuff. It gets to the point where he filed for divorce and stuff. But then he overheard her talking to another nurse and went back to his wife.
No way.
Thank
And what
God.
happened with the bitch?
She was livid. She was pissed. She was threatening to hurt them. Violent shit coming out of her mouth. I don't think she did anything, but she was like vitriol, like the vitriol of like the entitlement. And she would say this thing to me like, she doesn't deserve the life she has. I do. And I'm just like, what did you do to deserve it? I don't get it.
So was he having sex with her?
Yes.
Then he won.
He almost could have gotten that chick pregnant and his life would have been over.
Doesn't matter. He probably hit that shit raw, and he doesn't have to leave his wife.
It wasn't anything to be proud of. Let me just say that. It was younger.
See, again. You see, this is your flaw as a woman.
Okay.
One of your many flaws. Okay. Pop quiz. What is a man's favorite type of pussy?
New.
Ding, ding, ding. That's because you learned that from being here with me. So it doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter. Dude, sometimes I'll see a chubby girl and be like, damn, there's something about her big chubby titties. And I mean, like, international chubby, not like America chubby. Right. And I'm just like, yes, I want to fuck her. And then I have sex with her and I'm like, why did I do that? What the fuck did I just do? We are blinded. We're like feral dogs. Like, when a dog is like, like eating aggressively, and you'll reach to be like, hey, calm down, you're gonna choke. And the dog's like, and then the dog bites you, and you take your food, like, what the fuck were you doing? The dog's like, oh. Like that's us after we have sex with an ugly chick, just because we were so blinded by the fucking new pussy. You know how many girls I fucked and I've been like, oh my God, she has to stay. And I need to figure out a reason for her to get the fuck out of here. You don't understand. You have no idea. This is like when girls are like, oh my God, I can't believe that guy had a side girl and was cheating. Like, how long have you been alive? And how many stories have men told you about cheating and having side chicks, especially on the internet, on my channel, everybody else's channel? Like, it blows my mind when girls are like, oh my God, like, I can't believe that guy tried to have sex with me. Like, I can, because he has a fucking dick. It's very fucking simple. You don't get it. Your husband might be cheating on you.
Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch.
I'm just telling you.
Look, stop trying to curse me with your demon tongue.
Listen, there's no demon tongue. Okay. I would respect your husband more if he was cheating on you.
That just shows how deplorable you are.
No, that would just tell me he is a real nigga.
Look, if he wanted to, he could. That is a fact.
That's the first smart thing you've said on today's show.
No, Aaron. Shut up.
That's Asia's story of P and the V.
Oh,
so where were you going with this? Can you tell me the ending of the story first before I let you go on with it?
She tried to poison the wife because she wanted her life because she had really nice clothes in the closet.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Okay. So this chick, she was a nanny to a rich family, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were all always for money, both sides, like the wife's family and the husband, they were all for money. Like they didn't hang out with like the regular people like us and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they hired her as a nanny. She was in nursing school, just to put the type
right
in it.
To land the plane on that one. Yep.
So she sees the wife's closet is bigger than her house. And she's like, this is amazing. She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't even have a college degree. Like I'm whatever. I'm educated. I'm this and that. Because like they have this entitlement. They think like certain things matter that don't matter, like too much. Anyways,
Mhm.
and then she's like, I have to, whatever. So she tries hitting on the husband. The problem with this is the husband thinks of her like lower class, like this is,
Yeah,
I don't
she's
know.
peasant.
Yeah, a peasant. There you go, like a peasant. So
Right.
he's disgusted by her. He has a disgust response when she comes near him. So instead of like just backing off and just taking her check and just shutting up, she starts making a plan to like try to hurt the woman who works there.
Uh-huh.
And she attempts to do it. They find out, they have cameras everywhere. They fire her. The end.
She tried to poison who?
The wife.
Oh, because you said the woman that works there. So she tried to
Well,
poison
she
the
works
wife.
there, I guess the wife. I don't know.
I see.
Yeah. Anyways, that's all I'm saying. It's just like, be careful with people.
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
When was the last time we did a show together?
Like, I don't know, 20 years ago.
Wow. Was it pre-surgery? I think it was pre-surgery, right?
Which surgery?
The knees. That was in December.
I don't remember.
When did you last get Botox? It looks fresh.
I have just one line so far.
Okay.
I'm thinking of getting it.
I had to bring it back up. I needed some intellectual conversation. Okay, Paul, I've been losing brain cells.
Dr. Mellons, that's not your fucking real name.
It is. Yes,
It is
Dr. Mellon.
for real. Okay, well, I like your name then. It's pretty cool. Mellons, dude.
Dr.
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 Sounds
Mellon.
like you're a stripper who went to like college, got a degree. You know, I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I'm sorry. We just met.
That's what he calls me. I would never call myself this.
Pretty hot dumb. That's what it says.
Yeah. That's what the PhD is.
I love it. I love it.
Paul, welcome, buddy. How you doing?
Not really much, but I'm doing good. I'm doing good, man. So
Is your mic is that mic on, or is that the only mic?
fuck, dude. I don't know. I've been my mic's
Double-
been. Oh,
double
you're
check.
right. It's not. You're not. It's not. Hold on.
Okay, double checking.
Good catch. How about now?
Oh, perfect. There we go.
Okay. That's better. That's better.
Voice
StreamYard.
mogging me with the depth. I love it. So listen, have you looked into this shit with this Lindsay Clancy?
Not much,
Dude.
man. I got back in like late last night. I had to kick out that debate recap, which is the best debate recap on the internet. So you guys can watch that after John's show.
Yes.
It's stupid debate. It's not really a debate. It's two people arguing on the internet with a successful businessman sitting in between them. That's pretty much what it was. But yeah, it was good, and that's all I've really had much time for today. I've saw though a few like little things of women hanging out of a window in protest. I don't know, for this situation, and then you texted me about whatever this was about some bunch of some chick who murdered her kids and is basically getting a ton of support now from the internet.
Yeah. Real quick,
and I
guys,
don't
if you
know-
want to check out, I want to plug that video, guys. Check out it's Candace Owens one's because Paul did a really good breakdown on that Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate, and you should definitely check it out because it's on his channel. He just uploaded it, but it's a deep dive. It's worth the watch, especially if you want to understand mainly frame. It's really good stuff.
Thanks, bro.
But yeah, go ahead, buddy. Just wanted to plug that for you.
No, thank you. Appreciate it, man. And so, yeah, I mean, it does interest me, though, because the big thing that I talk about a lot is how people are outsourcing their brains to the internet, and even though I'm on the internet, it's not primarily what I do, right? I just I work with clients and I have a client base, so I have a practice, but I'm on the internet too. And I'm always encouraging people to have independent thought. And that's not happening. That's been happening less and less and less So whether it's the debate, it's just the debate, that was real popular. A lot of groupthink going on there. It didn't change anybody's minds. People just double down on the person that they like, and then they backwards rationalize from there. Well, now if you're online and you follow a specific type of an ideology, maybe it's more feminist driven, you're seeing a lot of toxic, brain polluting information about men. For example, if you're a woman, you're seeing all this crap. You've had bad experiences with men because, hey, let's face it, the dating market's hard and bad experiences happen. And so their brain just goes down this internet rabbit hole. And next thing you know, they're supporting child murderers. You know what I mean? And they're just sending the money. It's like that's what happens. It's like their whole brain in reality gets hijacked by this alternate universe that's just not real, and it's very toxic and poisonous to the real life that they should be having. You know what I mean? Like, they're not living a real life, and they should be doing that. And it's very sad, So what you're talking about, I don't know the details, but it doesn't surprise me, unfortunately.
Well, we were just talking about, because the number one thing I was talking about was alluding to how men really have to get comfortable telling women often in their lives to shut the fuck up. Not verbatim, but hey, listen, what you're saying is really stupid.
Right.
And because you're saying stupid things, you look stupid. And nobody is really gaining anything of value by you saying stupid things. So you should probably stop saying those things. Because one of the theories is this, right? This is, and Dr. Mellons came on and said this before we watched it debunked during the case, but I knew she was going to say it because she's a woman. And I love Dr. Mellons. She's like an ethnic Elaine from Seinfeld today. That's what she looks like.
She's very insulted by this.
That's the only reason she comes on the show.
I'm way better. I'm way hotter than Elaine. Fuck you.
Well, so one of the theories was when they brought her body from the site where they found her, because what happens was she took some exercise bands. She strangled all 3 kids. She strangled them each beyond the point of being unconscious, because to strangle to lose consciousness, it's probably 5 to 20 seconds, but you really got to cut off the blood supply to the brain. That takes 5 to 10 minutes to truly kill somebody. As a killer, you know this.
Strangle someone.
Right. And so, right. Yeah. And so,
I wasn't always on
anyways,
the internet, if you know what I'm saying.
and so then she slit both of her wrists, slit her neck, and then dove 13 feet out of the second floor onto the frozen ground in January in Massachusetts, right? So they found her body at 82 degrees Fahrenheit in the hospital, and somehow the women were saying because her body was 82 degrees Fahrenheit, they were trying to triangulate that somehow her husband killed the kids. And that was the big thing. They're saying one thing people were saying, they're a drug can make your body temperature go low. But I've said, well, typically when they admit somebody like that to the hospital, they are going to run a toxicology report to see if she has drugs in her system or other, illicit substances, pharmaceutical or not. Right. So that theory's out the window. And then they were just saying well, she may have been out there longer. But they had a forensic pathologist in there today. And so what happens is, I don't know if you know this, but as she jumped out of the window, her C1 vertebrae was snapped, which is right around here. And so that's why she's paralyzed from the chest downwards. Right.
Okay.
And so when that happens, your body begins to deregulate the temperature because it no longer has, communication from here downwards with you. Right. That's where a lot of people, when they, when your legs are incapacitated, it kind of becomes cold as well, colder. But there were women were just because the body temperature was low, they didn't understand the linear logic of what was happening. And so they were pointing out X variables that didn't connect to the linear logic and saying, therefore, because there's this variable I don't understand, somehow it's the husband's fault.
Yeah.
And it just shows you there's just truly some mass psychosis, because the GoFundMe has been up now since August 16th. Excuse me, August 15th, and it's at $908,000 for the
I did
family.
catch that. Yeah. For the
Do you believe? Like, how do you? I don't feel like her parents deserve shit. Her parents don't deserve any kind of fucking money or sympathy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that doesn't stop people from sending money to stupid causes, though, does it? You know, and this is
No.
kind of what I mean, right? It's like we people are legitimately suffering. There's that $1 million or close to it could probably go to someone who's actually suffering. You know what I mean? But people want to feel better about themselves donating to a cause because the internet and conjectures on the internet has hijacked their brain. And so they feel like emotionally compelled to send $10, $100. Some lady sent like 2,000. I remember I saw that before I literally had 5 minutes to look at this before I came in here. But yeah, and it's just crazy. And I don't know again the details of the case, but like it's kind of why I did that recent video too, because there's a logical chain, there's logic in a chain of evidence that you have to follow. And so evidence really should show or not show certain conjectures. Do you know what I mean? If the husband did it, okay, there has to be a chain of evidence that connects him to a murder involving, you know, DNA evidence and, you know, timelines and whatever alibis he has or doesn't have. And, you know, there's a number of facts that have to lead up. The evidence has to lead up to a conclusion. And the problem is when you have a lack of evidence or a gap, then people will fill in blanks with conjectures or alternative hypothesis. But that alternative hypothesis doesn't have any evidence to support it. So I'll give you an example of something I do know about, right? Which is this recent Charlie Kirk thing. We have the prosecutor has a huge evidentiary problem because they're selling a narrative that doesn't match physics right now. And so they have to come backwards and solve that problem. For example, the behavior of a 30-06 and the core lock bullets that were found with the rifle, that doesn't match what happened to the body. So nobody's been able to prove it yet. There's been a couple of forensic scientists who've been trying to replicate that, and I showed that on the video. They can't replicate it, as well as like YouTube guys who are just gun guys shooting, right? But either way, nobody's been able to really replicate it. The closest we got is hypothetically if he used a specific type of a round that is a very uncommon round, but that round wasn't found anywhere near the scene, you know, like, so we could like hypothetically say, okay, maybe, and it's still a big maybe because they still haven't been able to replicate it in a test. They're just showing, okay, well, this round in theory could fail and tumble at a distance and maybe cause something like this, you know. And we're also missing evidence like the autopsy. Like we don't have the medical examiner's report from the Charlie Kirk's murder, right? So that stuff hasn't been released. They're holding that for trial. Now with that, we have huge evidentiary problems, and it doesn't look good as far as the government maybe doing a conspiracy. Now, I worked in government and I know how this works because my job was to convince people to do shit that they shouldn't do, as well as do bad things to bad people, and then put out a PSYOP campaign. I mean, and being in the special operations world, you can see how there's this gray area and that our government does play with things. That said, though, I can't make a conjecture necessarily that Israel sent Mossad agents over to rig his Rhodes mic and are in cahoots with Erica Kirk and some security people to blow up his, you know, to send a projectile through his neck, through his mic. Even though that is a plausible, or we could say we could hypothesize that. I don't have any evidence, though, to say that that's what happened, right? That is just a conjecture now. So now you have people on the internet going, Israel and our government, Mossad agents and Erica Kirk, and they're chaining things together because, okay, well, Erica Kirk got a company with millions of dollars. She kind of was a reality show host and kind of got planted into Charlie's life. And you start looking at all this stuff. Yeah, it does look fucking crazy, but they're not. We're using inductive reasoning now based on facts that we find out to add up to this conclusion. We're not using deductive reasoning to prove that this happened because we don't have enough evidence to do that, right? So now these things become conjecture. And that's okay. Sometimes inductive reasoning is very valuable. We use it every single day to make decisions. Inductive reasoning can be okay if you have, and if you understand that you're making a leap of faith or a logical leap, like this is just my opinion based on some things I see. Okay, that's okay. But the problem is when people start to think things are factual based on hypothesis with the lack of evidence, not even good inductive reasoning to get us there, and not really a solid, evidentiary chain to lead to logical conclusions. It's just an assumption based on whatever's going on in their fucked up heads. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. And it would probably, what it sounds like, I haven't even looked at it, but if I'm gonna be a psychic over here, I'm guessing that all these women are making hypothesis about the husband because of things they don't like about him. Maybe he has some characteristics or whatever that they think he's annoying or gross or a jerk or whatever, you know what I mean? And maybe there's some things about her they identify with or like, and then and okay, like, we're going to make these leaps to think that this guy did it because men are abusive and men usually kill their wives and choke their children on. I mean, whatever is going on in their heads, right? It's of course not true, but whatever narrative is going on in their heads, they build up a conclusion based on very little evidence. And then the problem is when they behave like that, conclusion is real. They shape their worldview around it. They send money to it. They become mentally ill over it. Like, shit like that. I don't know. What do you think, Doc? She's down there.
You don't want to hear her fucking stupidity.
Do you think?
Okay,
God.
Okay. I have. While you were talking, I took the liberty to look up some facts, and now I do believe she did it. But according to TikTok,
he's not talking about that. He was talking about Charlie Kirk. You retard.
I know.
No, but she was talking about this case. Well, because I don't know, so you can share with me what you found. Because
go ahead.
What we're talking about.
About which one? About.
This case that you just looked up. I don't know the details. So
yeah,
I'd like to hear what you have to say. Actually,
okay, so
it'll be the first time I've heard it.
So Patrick was definitely not there because he was recorded. There's footage and phone records confirming he was at CVS during the time. So he cannot be charged. So he definitely didn't do it. And I don't really need to read the rest of it because if he's not there, he didn't do it.
That's pretty smart, actually. Right. Yeah. And that's what you do, right? So I'm going to use this as a good example. This is how you intelligently look at something. We have an evidentiary chain and a logical pathway. And so, for example, in the case I was talking about, if the bullet can't do what they're claiming the bullet did, any other evidence after that really doesn't matter. Any other arguments after that are really just clouding the issue. If the guy has himself on film during the time that the murders took place at a CVS, meaning he's physically impossible to be in two places at once, that's his alibi. Well, that ends it. Whatever conjecture they have, whatever they don't like about the husband, whatever bullshit they got going on, it doesn't matter if he can't be in two places at once and we have that evidence. And so that's following, a logical pathway and an evidentiary chain. So good job, by the way. And that's what people should do, but they don't do that stuff because they're dumb.
But I will have you say, I never thought it was him.
Yeah.
Right. This is great, though. Actually, this is great. Why? So now, why did you think it was him before you saw that?
No, I didn't think it was him before. I thought it was the woman he is now married to.
Oh, okay. Well, do you still think that?
Doctor?
It hasn't been cleared. I don't know where she was.
Okay. All right, we'll figure it out.
I just think this is a great example of what needs to happen in society. Two men coming together and saying, look, you need to think this through a little bit better. And you're doing a great job. You're doing wonderful. You're doing a wonderful job.
So
but
yeah,
let me ask you something, Paul, because you know about this more than I do. Because this is your realm, the shooting, the guns, the Secret Service, all the secrecy of military stuff. Now, is it true that they said he took the shot and then he disassembled his gun and then he ran down the stairs, and then he went into the woods and he reassembled the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Why? So I'm not a military guy, but I wouldn't do that.
Right.
I mean, I have some guns, but
Dude, it doesn't follow a good logical chain. Well, the evidence does. The problem is they're having to cover, in order to make him guilty, they have to cover, gaps in evidence. And so we have footage now, blurry footage for that matter, that we don't really know if it's him or not. So that's part of that problem. But we have this footage of a guy coming off the rooftop who appears to not be taking a gun with him. All right. And so we have to now come up with some conclusion as to how could he be taking a gun off of a rooftop when we don't see a gun in the footage? And so they're claiming that he had to, the only way that could have happened was to have disassembled it and stuffed it in his pants. But then when you see this person walking there and you see close-ups of their body, there's no prints. It's like he's wearing skinny jeans and a t-shirt, and there's no prints of the gun. There's no printing. So they have to cover for this now in a trial. They have to come up. I don't have an answer for it either, but these are problems with the evidence now. And then for him, that particular weapon to take it's not like an AR-15 where it's 2 pins, plop, and then you're holding the upper and lower receiver. All right.
Right.
It is something that you have to take some time to unscrew and take apart. And so
you need devices, right? You need a screwdriver or something.
Tools, right? You need tools. Right. Now they, in order to use the tools to take that down, though, it takes a few minutes. They had a guy who was a former sniper. A lot of people in the veterans space are jumping on this because whether your training is minimal with weapons, like I was a supply guy and just did qualifications, or whether your training is maximal, like sniper section, teams, whatever, right? It's like with a significant amount of firearms training, you understand the problems now, because you're like, wait a second, that particular rifle is going to take an expert who's practiced and super fast, at least 2.5, 3 minutes to take it apart. We hear a shot and then we see a dude running seconds after the shot, and then leaping off the roof with a sweatshirt or something in his hand. And they're saying, well, the sweatshirt had to have been covering one part of the weapon, maybe, and then maybe another part was stuffed in the pants, right? Like they have to come up with these answers to these problems with evidence that's provided. And the problem is that these answers they're coming up with aren't very good. You know what I mean? And it's almost like, it was funny. There's a general from the Air Force. He's like, what makes me the most upset about this is that you have all these vets, people with all this training and weaponry, and they think we're all that stupid. Like they're not even trying to fucking pull us, I mean, it was really funny on the news. He's like, they're not even trying. Like, this is like stuff like there's all these problems with the story. And I don't claim to know, like I called this out when it immediately happened. And I saw the FBI claim, because they solved it in 8 seconds, right? Like they acted like we solved this crime, And then I'm like, wait a second, like there's so many unanswered questions. And at first you're like, okay, well, maybe more evidence will come out, they'll answer it. But then you're waiting. Yeah.
Do you want me to, can I play that? I can play that. I think I pulled it up, the footage.
Sure. Yeah,
is it, you want to, is this what you're talking about? So the guys at home cannot see is this what you're talking about? This footage?
Yep.
So, okay. So this is so that's him apparently.
He comes running on to the rooftop. Definitively as he gets down into what is known as a lateral military crawl. He begins that crawl. Oh,
that doesn't seem like how a civilian would move. I've never done that or known to done that kind of movement in my life.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's like something you're trained, or you what do you think? I'm obviously civilian.
I mean, we could argue that somebody could recognize, hey, I'm going to leave a signature on top of this building. And so I'm gonna, do something to mask that signature. Maybe I'm gonna crawl like this. Like, so far, okay, a regular guy could come up with that. You know what I mean? I mean that's not, but we'll see. You know what I mean? It's not even the, like, if everything else lined up, if all the other evidence pieces lined up, and this is the only problem, like, this wouldn't be a problem. The problem is you start adding up little things with big things, and it just leaves so many holes and so many questions. Now, somebody like Candace Owens is filling in the holes with a lot of conjectures that she doesn't have a full evidentiary chain for, but that's fine. That's her opinion. That's her podcast. And she might not even be wrong completely about some of those conjectures. I don't know, though. Do you know what I mean? I can't say she's right or wrong. I'm just saying the evidence that the FBI story, the FBI narrative is severely problematic, and they keep having to come up with, it sounds like somebody, like, you catch a kid lying, and then, like, you start grilling them, and then they have to come up with, like, all kinds of wild shit to try to cover their story. That's what it feels like the FBI is doing, because even with that, there's still a lack of things. But go ahead and play more. We'll watch it.
Okay, just tell me when you want me to stop it next.
He gets down into what is known as a lateral military crawl. He begins that crawl over to the right first, and then to the left. We see a quick flash. We are not sure what that flash is. Actually, this looks like, I'm not going to read into it. There's that throw forward. I say fold forward. You can say throw forward, but that's definitely something being flung forward, getting into position. And here we wait for what we expect to be some sort of a kickback. Must have been when our source began recording from the side of a Losi building and said, "Oh, I just saw someone get up there. He's got a gun."
Okay,
He's up.
so
And
right
he's
after the
gone.
shot, so do you see him taking down do you see him taking apart a weapon and any of that? Do you see
Right.
him with a weapon? Do you even see him with a weapon?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Do you see where's the weapon? And is he running like someone who has two, like, all right, so when you put together, it's like a 4 foot tall rifle, so does it look like somebody stuffed something that's about 4 feet tall in his pants as he runs off like that? I'm just right. Like and now this is not the only footage. They got some different angles, and then you close up, you don't see any of that shit. It's really problematic. You know what I mean? And then, he kind of hops off this roof, and then he has like a limp from hopping off the roof from some, door ring footage of him walking through a neighborhood. And then he's seen at a steakhouse shortly after the murder. And that's a timeline problem, because how do we get this rifle to the woods? It feels like the rifle was planted there. There's casing. There's a casing. The rifle is connected to him. In other words, he was an owner of that rifle, but it has 5 different fingerprints on it. His fingerprints are not on all the casings that were found. If he's a shooter and those are the rounds he's taken with him, why is his DNA not on all of it? His DNA was more degraded than some of the other unidentified DNA that's on that shit. You see, like, we start throwing these little things in there, and this has all been released,
Right.
man. This is all from the most recent court, whatever hearing or whatever they call it, preliminary hearing they had. So, like, oh, okay, but you got to answer. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, like, not at all. But, I do know that we do fuck around. All right. So
This is your realm, though. It's not like you're some idiot off the street.
No,
You're an actual combat veteran.
right.
You
With soft experience. Right. So working in special operations, working in infantry. Now, that doesn't mean shit. Maybe my experience is limited in that realm. Right. However, we have not just me saying it, we have multitudes of people with more experience than me. Robert O'Neill was a Team 6 guy and a sniper, and he's attributed with being on the team that got killed bin Laden, right? So that's why he's super popular. And the SEALs are like book deal, like the DoD uses the SEALs for propaganda, which is fine. It doesn't discredit them. They still have their experiences, right? And so here's a guy who was in the SEAL teams for a long time, more qualified than me. His sniper training is more. I was on the team, but his sniper training is more qualified than mine. And so, like, this dude is like, no, like, what the hell's going on? Like, he's saying the same things I'm saying. So I'm not even the only one saying it. It's people and there's people who, all right, so none of us, just because we're veterans, that doesn't mean we're forensic pathologists, right? Or that we can reconstruct crimes using forensic science. Like, that's not my background. Despite my year working with a medical examiner before I started doing what I do now, right? A long time ago. Yeah, I got my feet wet and hands dirty in this area, but okay, there's people with more expertise though with me that are saying the same thing I'm saying. You know what I mean? There's people there's a scientist, neuropathologist he's with a bunch of gun experiences, conducting experiments right now as we speak, has written a couple of papers, trial after trial, round after round, trying to reconstruct what a 30-06 can do at this distance. Cannot get the round to behave the way that they claim at the crime scene. Do you know what I mean? So like, where they're gonna have to go like into these wild one-off crazy conjectures. Well, if we use only this type of a round, and there was this type of malfunction, and maybe under this type of humidity, like, they're gonna have to come up with a wild explanation to try to explain why a 30-06 round that destroys bone and soft tissue at that angle. Do you know what I mean? Like, at that, not angle, but at that distance, they're gonna have to explain why this round stopped and just disappeared, and there's not even enough fragments from inside the body to connect whatever killed him to that rifle. The ATF conclusion is inconclusive. Normally, it's pretty easy to connect a round from forensics evidence to a rifle. They do it all the time. They know the murder weapon all the time in murders when weapons and guns are used. Very easy to do. They can't do that, right? And this is not like he did a mile-long shot. If he did do the shot, 140 yards is nothing. That's an easy hunting range. Football field and a half, roughly. That's easy to do on a scope. We get basic training nerds, fucking never touched a weapon in their life, to hit 150 meters on iron sights with no fucking, or a dot scope with no magnification whatsoever. So like, I could train somebody who's no firearm experience to hit 150 meters out with just about any rifle that'll travel that far. You know what I mean? That's not a hard shot. Why I'm saying that is, like, we can't say like, well, it was this great distance or something like that, the bullet didn't behave normally. Like, no, this is pretty normal. This is pretty average rifle range kind of a shot that a hunter could do. You know what I mean? But then, like, okay, why is this bullet behaving? Well, why is it disintegrated? It's not like he did the shot from a mile away and the projectile just disintegrated, dissipated into dust or whatever because of distance or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you can't, maybe part of the round broke apart several hundred meters away ago, and he only got hit with part of a round. Or like, I mean, what's our conjecture here? You know what I mean? We're coming up with wild shit now to try to explain something. And that's where what we're doing now is a logical fallacy. We're starting with a conclusion and we're trying to backward engineer to make it fit. No, that's not how fucking investigations work. You're supposed to have evidence. We're supposed to have evidence that leads to a conclusion. Do you know what I mean?
I want to show you I want to show you something, because another guy, I saw somebody kind of debunking this, but I want you to give your feedback because this guy looks like an idiot. I got some super chats. I didn't even expect to get these. Thanks. I would look at that right now. David ×3, $2. White girls are out of order. Insane. Very true. Aaron Clary's in the house. So what is up? $10 super chat. John, here's some money to buy a shirt at Walmart. Paul, how is MA? Hope she's doing. Oh, how's Ma? I thought, how's Ma? Hope she's doing well.
You still owe me child support. She's doing well. She misses you.
Cool. Victor Ziegler.
Get it? Aaron
20
bangs my mom.
Oh,
that's a joke.
Hey, John. just came home 4 weeks from Japan. Had to think about you. Getting back from Europe was culture shock. Roppongi was lit. Appreciate your perseverance over the years. All the best, V. Thank you, Victor. Appreciate that. Didn't even see that. I hope that I didn't get too late to you guys. Take a look at this because people are just like, I don't understand why people are so stupid to defend. Like, okay, I'm just gonna play this and you can just poke holes in it. But so this guy is saying that the evidence is clear. So just take a look at this. And the question I'm trying to get is, what the hell was this person filming that video with? Why is it so grainy in 2025?
Yeah. Right.
What the fuck are we like? That's also some psyop shit.
Right. It's like aliens, right? Oh, look, I found aliens. Blah, shaky, grainy ass camera. What the fuck's going on? Black and white.
Take a look at this. This guy says that
foot, leg, body, head, and then this appears to be whatever the long
I don't trust this guy because he's fat. So let's get that out there.
object is right here. If this is the gun, then it is deployed. Like it's out, it's put together. So this is the angle going this way, going towards Charlie. Okay. So now this would be technically in position.
Too many.
The head's a little bit higher, a little bit postured up. It appears that the person is far enough forward to be able to take a shot. With the gravel going all the way to the edge, there's not a big lip to get over. It's basically flat. So it's a wide open, clear shot.
So before we had a flag and we had it to
Counting or not counting gang violence.
What was that?
You see the head jerk back and the shoulder jerk back. See those? I'm going one frame forward, one frame back. So this is the head and shoulder and stuff here. And you can see that moving as I go forward and back one frame. See it right there? So if there was a shot.
But the fucking pixels here are moving too.
Right. That's a there's nothing wrong with what he's saying so far, but none of this explains though why, first of all, like this does not confirm or deny a 30-06.
Right.
And it doesn't explain how a 30-06 can do the damage that that we saw, or when I say do the damage, the lack of damage rather, do you know what I mean, with no exit wound in his body. So I mean, in a movement, you know, we could say he shot something and that's why, or he just moved when the shot was fired, right? If I'm sitting here and I hear a shot and I flinch and move, that could show up on camera, right? So, I mean, we don't know. Is this guy shooting with something else and it's not Tyler Robinson at all, but some sort of an operator and using something completely different? Was the Rhodes mic rigged with some explosive, which a lot of guys who are pretty experienced, and it does look like an explosion rather than a round, are saying the same thing, you know, that could be. And then the guy on the rooftop is really just somebody who's either posing up to be the shooter, you know, maybe not the shooter, maybe the patsy, right? And so, I mean, but we don't know. I don't claim to know the answer. I'm throwing questions out that could be possibilities. I don't know. I do know though we have a problem with the evidence. Now this guy I do recognize from my research. He's been trying to figure out how a 30-06 could do the damage. He's one of those who has not been able to replicate it. So nobody's been able to replicate it. He can't answer that question. I don't know that he's trying to support the state's evidence necessarily or the FBI narrative. I think he's just looking for answers. Do you know what I mean? And part of looking for answers is to look for how, in what world or in what way could the evidence and the argument the FBI is saying be true. We want to look at how could that be true if it is true, and we run into so we got to sort of identify, could this story be a true story at all, or is this physically impossible? Before we start looking at probabilities, well, it's physically impossible. You know what I mean? So far, because we don't have a way of proving that this round could have done that damage. That's when we get past that. Okay, if they can prove that the round could do what the forensic evidence shows and behave that way, if they can prove that without reasonable doubt, right? Then we can get into, well, then how did he take the rifle down so fast? How did he get the rifle up on the roof? Because it kind of didn't look like he had one when he was approaching. He might have been, covering it with a jacket or something. That's the the one conjecture. But okay, we go with that. But then how did he take down this rifle in 2.5 minutes and then reassemble it in the woods? Why did he reassemble it in the woods? Why? It's just all kinds of questions. Do you know what I mean? And so how do we deconflict the timeline of Tyler Robinson being at a steakhouse and having time to hide a murder weapon, send out text messages that look like someone from a third world country sent them?
Right.
I mean, you get what I mean? Like, there's so many problems with the evidence, but all that shit.
Do you want me to continue playing this or just cut it here?
You don't have to. I mean, you can if you want. It don't matter. You don't really have to, though. I mean, it's up to you. It's your show. But I mean, I can pick it apart all day or say what's good or what isn't. But I mean, it's like, what are we doing here? We got to figure out. We got to get over. This is where people get off track, right? Because we can go start talking about all these other things, and none of it matters if the weapon and the bullet that they claim that he used cannot do what they're saying it did. Like, if the murder weapon cannot do what they say it did, then the story, there's something wrong with that story. And
so what is the murder weapon? And then what are they saying that it did that it can't do?
Yeah. So all right. So I'll show you actually. Do you want to go to,
just go ahead and
go find my video I just did. And then we'll find, you'll see. It's probably better if I find it. I don't know, because it's like I can find it. Just tell me the keywords or what we're looking for. So there's a part where I clip to people shooting with a 30-06 into like cow femurs covered with meat, shit like that, from 100 yards, and it just exploding, going through fucking steel plates. So there's a part. So go and
I found
this
it.
Is so they're claiming that this wound on Charlie Kirk, which had no exit wound that we can know of, there was no forensic evidence like bullets or anything like that found behind him as if something went through him. So they're saying it dissipated in the body. They're saying that it stopped at his bone in his throat. You know what I mean? And they're saying that the fragments disintegrated, and that there's very little there's so little fragments in the body that they couldn't identify those bullets as belonging to the rifle that is alleged that did the murder. So that's what they're saying. Basically, they're saying it behaved like a maybe I don't know, like a slower moving, smaller round, right? But now watch this though. This is what a 30-06 does. Okay? Yeah, go ahead and play.
Vertebrae.
It's only 2 minutes or something.
Look at these things. Incredibly thick. 2-3 inches thick at some of the bigger parts. So,
Jesus.
as you can see, the cow neck vertebrae stood no chance. Cow femur. I don't know how many times stronger this cow femur is than a human neck vertebrae, but it's a lot of times. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cow femur. 30-06 round. We're not only going to take a cow femur, but for anybody that says, wow, there's no meat, we're going to slap on a fat 4 inches of beef in front of the cow femur and see what happens.
And then give him thick skin
Taped
like
with
me.
duct tape, with gorilla tape.
Well, we can't. Everything exploded.
And this is a
All right,
little
so let's take a
short
look at
of the
crime scene.
distance.
As you see,
by
the
the way.
entire thing exploded on us. The camera got knocked down, flew through this, as you can see. All right, here we go. Here's our cow femur. The damage to that literally snapped in half, and then our neck that we built, that was nice, solid, thick, 4 or 5 inches of meat, absolutely obliterated. So yeah, next we're gonna test the steel theory. So
They were saying Charlie Kirk had a steel neck, you know, because bone was so strong because
all
of
right, so
Jesus.
let's check out what 30-06 did to literal steel here. We have and thank God we got an actual competition shooter here to hit this 2-inch by 2-inch plate from 100 yards. Literally nothing we brought out here today could stop a 30-06 round. Literal steel can't stop a 30-06 round. So actually, the whole Man of Steel argument.
So I think that's pretty much it.
Yep.
So what should have happened to him? His head should have gotten blown off, or it should have been at least
Kind of.
gibbed, like, right?
Yeah, it should have went all the way through. It should have taken out, like, his head would have just, do you know what I mean? Like, meloned his head. I mean, it should have done a ton of damage, dude. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
most likely,
I
if it
remember.
didn't- yeah.
But I was gonna say, I remember seeing the actual video. It was just like a hole and then a stream of blood.
Yeah.
That was it. It was pretty precise.
It was like he got shot with a 22 or even even a 9mm that was like a hollow point that's meant to not go through the body, something like that, like a smaller pistol round is almost what it looked like, and the thing is, energy doesn't just disappear. So if it did stay in the body, if a 30-06 managed to not go through, maybe because it was frangible enough or whatever, or soft enough, whatever, some sort of argument, which they still can't replicate. But if that were to be the case, that energy would create a massive wound cavity inside the body. And so that's another thing. Like when we have, when I'm putting like 5.56 through somebody, and I might not see an exit wound at a particular distance, although a lot of times you do see an exit, but it's tumbling inside the body and creating a really large wound cavity. That's why, part of why that the military favors that round, because less over penetration, you can carry more rounds, and on a person about, I could carry more rounds of 5.56 than like, a 7.62 or whatever, or something larger. And it does, if with the right type of round, because in Vietnam, they didn't always have the right type of round. And so there were problems with killing and stopping power, but with the right type of round, 5.56 is pretty good. It does the job. It's not the best. I'd prefer 308, but it does the job. And so, there would just be a lot more. Plumber's right. There'd be just a lot more damage. You know what I mean? And so we're not seeing the damage, and we're not seeing the exit wound. We're not seeing the forensic evidence enough from a bullet. Like those are pretty sizable rounds that would leave more forensic evidence. We're just not seeing all that stuff, and nobody can replicate it. And forensic experts are saying like this would be an anomaly. Like this would be like almost something that might be possible, but like, it's kind of like one of those things. Like, is it possible hypothetically? Sure, maybe, but how probable? Well, right now we can't even duplicate it, and there's tons of people trying to duplicate this. and it's trying to figure out how they could duplicate it. Like, how could we make this FBI story correct? And we got probably hundreds of people now have tried it, from YouTubers and backyard guys. Do you know what I mean? To like forensic experts running an actual test with clinical, with under clinical conditions with controls and all that, and logging their data. You know what I mean? So we have all of that and nobody is replicating it. So this is a massive problem for their narrative, not to mention all these other things. And so I don't know what the alternative story is, but for someone like in that debate, for Andrew to argue that, well, the state's evidence is overwhelming, is pretty tough argument to make, which is why I lost.
That's pretty fucking stupid.
You know, it is. And that's why I lost, I mean, and people can say Candace Owens is a grifter. People can say she has wild conspiracy theories. Maybe. I'm not even saying, I'm not going against that. Maybe that's true, but it's not really hard to argue against the idea that the state's evidence is overwhelming, because it's not. I mean, all you have to do is bring all the facts out and questions, and you're like, oh, fuck, well, I guess it's not that overwhelming, is it? No, it's not. They have the prosecution is a major uphill battle. You know what I mean? And so we'll see how that goes, but it's starting to look like it, because here's the other part of it. With what has been found, that kind of narrows us to two conclusions, which is either A, Tyler Robinson was the shooter and it's as the FBI said, or B, he is a patsy. He is a cover for a larger story. Either he's part of a conspiracy and he didn't realize what he was getting into, or whether he was positioned to take the fall and he had nothing to do with it, whether evidence was planted or not planted. I don't know the extent of it and what are the motives and who's behind it. Is it Israel and Erica Kirk and some sort of mix between, let's kill this dude so I can take over his multi-million-dollar company. Let's kill this dude and within a month make $230 million on tour or something like that, right? You get what I mean? Like, there's a lot of motive here, and I don't know the answer. These are, again, all like potential like hypothesis, but it opens up. No wonder why people think that. People aren't stupid for coming up with these conjectures when the state's evidence is so poorly represents the story. You know what I mean? Now you open it up to, well, what the fuck is this then? So anyways, I think Dr. Mellons wants to come over and shoot some meat in my yard. I think that's what we're gonna do. You come over to Michigan, we'll go in my yard and I'll take out the rifles. We'll shoot some pork. You know what I mean? That sounds like a good hot date.
What do you think about everything here, Dr. Mellons?
I agree with him. I think the gun couldn't have, from what I've seen, I'm not a gun person. From what I've seen,
you're such a coward. Just stand on your business. Just come on.
Not yet. When we have our meat shooting date, though, you'll have a higher opinion of these things.
I've seen a bunch of gun people online say the same thing, have similar things, and it does not look like it can do that. That being said, he was there. If that's him, he was there. That's not a good look. I think they really want to pin it on him, and they're working backwards to try to pin it on him. Maybe he was just really good at hiding the weapon. They could not find it, maybe. And they're just like, this is the only weapon we could kind of attach to him, so we have to make this work.
Well,
interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, they did find that weapon in the woods with like words on the rounds, like as if it looks like somebody's like, we're going to blame this transy weirdo. You know what I mean? Because that fits.
I forgot about the word scratched on. That was like,
yeah.
I don't know how mentally disturbed you have to be to then take it to that.
Wait, what was that? What are you talking about?
A little much.
Yeah, so like, this is where it starts to look like planted evidence because it was found in the woods. The casing was in the rifle still. It was put together, not in pieces. Didn't look like anyone was trying to hide it. It was just a bag, right? Like in a thing. And then there are other rounds with words on it, like death to fascist, and then some weird online shit I don't recognize because I'm not a nerd, right? And so like there's a bunch of stuff on there, you know what I mean? And it starts to look like somebody just sort of planted it. And I am with you that I it does appear that he's involved. Maybe his involvement is to take the fall. Maybe he was convinced somehow to do that. I don't know. I would think it would be a hard sell to say that he wasn't involved at all. But you know what I mean? But then again, like, we can't verify that that's him on the scene, though. You know what I mean? All we have is these grainy 1970 level video footage that doesn't make any sense with somebody who could look like him but isn't necessarily verifying as him. And there's been a lot of people making jokes about that online. Like, they'll take the fuzzy photo and then I'll put like this jack dude with a beard, next to it or whatever. It looks like a military guy, that could have been the silhouette. Right. And there's stuff like that, that people are making jokes about, but it's kind of true. Like this footage, we show an outfit that Tyler Robinson had on in a different photo, and we show a fuzzy photo with somebody wearing a similar outfit. Yeah, we can make the implication that's the same person, but we actually don't know that. You know what I mean? With these fuzzy photos. And I wouldn't question it if like his head and if the wound and everything matched what the weapon could do. Do you know what I mean? If it wasn't such a sloppy frame job, I guess that's the other thing. I'm sitting back going, Jesus, who'd you put in charge of this frame job? Like, come on, it's like, you could at least make it look like it came out of the gun, And so that's where things get, it's the wound pattern not matching the gun. And then it's how are you taking the gun apart so quickly to smuggle it off the roof? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you Melons, if you were to, I don't know what to fucking call you. It's such a weird name. But if you were to like see the other footage though.
Yeah. Go ahead. Well, I think it's good that we brought up the linear logic stuff and for the guys to process that. But I've been going for 4.5 hours, so I'm fucking exhausted. It's 5 o'clock. It just turned 5 a.m. here. Yeah. But it's good stuff. Good having you on, Paul. Thank you, Dr. Mellons. Thank you for your comeback as well. We're gonna be moving to a new temporary office here soon this week, guys. So you'll see hopefully a new set. Temp office as we're on this business trip in Manila. But stay tuned. It's going to be good. Paul and I will be back for the game room as well. We'll be breaking down something good. But yeah, I hate to cut you off, Paul, but we're going 4.5 hours.
I gotta go anyway. I'll fucking do this all day.
So, Dr. Mellons, do you want to say anything before you go?